Good afternoon, everyone. I call the Committee of Supply Section C to order. We're meeting today to continue consideration of the estimates of the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Fisheries. I now recognize the Minister and move the vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Be it resolved that the sum not exceeding $81,636,000 be granted to Her Majesty to defray the expenses of the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Fisheries Ministry operations to the 31st of March 2022.
Thank you. Before I recognize the Minister, I'd just like to remind all members to please wait until they're recognized by the Chair before they proceed to speak. And thank you, Minister, for moving that motion. I now recognize the Minister as we left off with the member's question.
Thank you. And so I'm going to ask the member to repeat his question.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we, just prior to taking the break, I directed the Minister's attention to the document that I had provided with her dated March 18, 2021, which is identified both as a briefing note for information and at the bottom as a ministerial decision note. I directed her attention to page 2, and I read into the record and quoted from that document under the heading discussion the following passage, quote, the ALC is an independent administrative tribunal. The decision-making framework for the ALC is defined in Section 6 of the Agricultural Land Commission Act, see Appendix A, and does not include economic and social factors, including First Nations considerations. As such, First Nations considerations are not explicitly part of the ALC mandate. I asked the Minister to reconcile that statement, that information, that position with the comments she made last week that I referred to earlier today, where she directly and pointedly contradicted that information. When I made the proposition to her previously that as a result of amendments that she and the government had introduced, the opportunity to take social and economic factors into consideration had been removed from the ALC. She responded by saying that it was not so, and I won't repeat the quotes that I read from her submissions to the committee last week. But I asked her in short, Madam Chair, to explain how it was that she provided information to this committee last week that contradicts entirely and specifically the advice that she was provided with, not in general terms, but in a note prepared with respect to this very issue.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through to the member. So first off, I didn't contradict anything. My statements that I made last week hold true. What I said was that the Commission must consider agriculture. It must be considered in a way that it's a priority. I did not say they must only consider agriculture. I said they must consider agriculture. That's in the Act. I'd like to refer to the prior bullet, or the prior Act, before the changes were made. The requirement for the ALC to prioritize agriculture in its decision-making was also a requirement in the former Section 4.3. Section 4.3 required the ALC, when exercising its decision-making authority in the former Zone 2 lands, to give priority to the purpose of the Commission set out in Section 6 above any other consideration in that section. So I'd like to repeat that now the Commission must consider agriculture as the top priority, but they mustn't only consider agriculture. Every application is taken individually. The Commission looks at every application as an individual situation, and that's how they make their decision. There's other issues that come into play, and they need to look at other factors when carrying out the mandate, making the decisions based on unique sets of circumstances that exist for each site and the evidence that is submitted by the application. Now, the member may want to know that there has been approvals since that bill was passed that make other considerations. So for example, an expansion of a school to accommodate growing school children populations in the city of Chilliwack on May of 2021, the construction of a new fire hall in Thompson-Nicola Region District on May 2019, the conversion of an existing unused resort lodge and 10 cabins into a treatment and support facility for first responders with post-traumatic stress disorder in the Okanagan on September 2019, the construction of a temporary work camp for 2 years to serve employees working on the Department of Fisheries and Oceans Big Bar Fish Passage construction project on January 2021, approval of the widening and realignment of a 4.2 kilometer section of Highway 1 near Tappan, BC in January 2020. So there are many examples that I've given, and I'm sure there's more, where other considerations are given to applications. They're looked at individually. I think what's happened here is the member has put a lot of effort in to trying to prosecute his case. Unfortunately, the case is weak, and the member has failed in doing that.
Member.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Happily, the minister is not the jury in this case, and she may not like the decision that the jury of public opinion renders, but that will be for others to decide. So the note is wrong. Look, I'm not making this stuff up. And the minister says, yes, you are. I'm reading from her briefing note, which reads as follows. The decision-making framework for the ALC is defined in Section 6 of the ALC Act and does not include economic and social factors. So is the note wrong? Is the briefing note incorrect? Because when I put that very question to her last week, I'll read it again. The now repealed provision of the Act allowed for it to render decisions to preserve agricultural land reserve and to take into account economic and cultural and social values. That's no longer the case. That's all I'm trying to establish, I asked the minister. The ALC still has that discretion, she says, with respect to social and economic factors. Her note says they don't. It's a pretty fundamental point. When there seems to be a direct contradiction between what the minister is telling this committee and what her own officials are telling her about the mandate of the ALC.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a $100 million budget for agriculture. $100 million with many, 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 many line items in it. And we've spent 6 hours going over the same exact thing when I've just provided the member with proof that what he is trying to prove is wrong. The ALC has applications which are titled non-farm use applications. In its very nature, it shows that other considerations can be brought in when looking at applications. The member is absolutely wrong. We can spend the rest of the time in estimates going back and forth. The member is incorrect, and I'll repeat for the member again that the agriculture must be looked at as a priority. It doesn't say it must only be looked at, and I've given the member many examples, and I'm sure there's many more out there. So I guess my question back to the member is, as we go back and forth, is this the best use of time and estimates? $100 million almost in the budget of agriculture, food, and fish. A lot has happened this year. I would think that the opposition would be curious about how that money is being spent.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. I understand the Minister does not assign the same level of importance that my colleagues and I do to the manner in which the Executive Council interacts with the Agricultural Land Commission, nor does she attach the same importance to the impact of amendments that she and her government have introduced. That's fine. That's happily in the parliamentary democracy we inhabit, the estimates are a time for the opposition to draw attention to matters that are of concern or maybe of interest to the public. And whilst I am happy to know that the minister does not deem this to be a valuable expenditure of time, I differ in my opinion of that matter. So I'm happy to see the minister seems to have much to say. I'll let her say it.
Okay, members, member, continue your question, please.
It seems she has much to say, but not on the record, Madam Chair. The note that we're discussing appears to have been signed off. The note that says the ALC does not include economic and social factors, including First Nations considerations, appears to have been signed off by a director, an assistant deputy minister, and the deputy minister. Is that correct?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that's correct.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair, and to the Minister. On page 3 of the note, and by the way, the note, the title on page 1 is Agricultural Land Commission ALC Decision Regarding Carrier Saguenay First Nations Treatment Centre. Just to confirm, it was a note prepared with reference to that particular matter. On page 3, the note identifies 3 options, and those options have been severed from the document that I have and have provided to the Minister. What were those options?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this note was information for me, and some of that information was confidential.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair, to the Minister. I understand that. It is now the subject of a discussion between the Minister and I at this committee relating to an issue that is of great concern to many, many people, involving the desire to construct a treatment facility by the Carrier-Secondary Family Services Agency, a project that there is universal desire to see occur, and the Minister apparently had 3 options identified for her as to how to proceed. Am I to understand that her position today is that she is unwilling to share any of those options with the committee?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I've said this previously, but I'll repeat it for the member. I'm not going to be drawn into a conversation about an application or a situation that's before the Agricultural Land Commission.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. We've already established that the document we are talking about was prepared with respect to an application that was ruled upon. Again, I simply want the Minister to confirm on the record, if she will, that with the level of interest, the desire to find a solution, that she has been provided with 3 options on how to proceed, but her view is that, her position is that she is unwilling to share any of that information with the committee today.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The information was redacted for a reason. We have freedom of information legislation that's in place. But I will repeat again that I will not discuss a situation or a topic that is before the Agricultural Land Commission currently. There is an active application, and the member continues to try and draw me into a conversation and I'm not going to do it. And so any more questions regarding the Carrier Sekani issue, I won't be responding to.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. I have another document I'd like to send over to the Minister. And the document is labeled at the top, brief update re CSFS. The first date I see on it at the top is March 23rd, 2021. It appears to be an email, and it's from Don Bain. Can the Minister just confirm for the committee who Don Bain is?
Minister.
Thank you. Don Bain is the Deputy Chief of Staff to the Premier.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. And in the document, it attached to the email from Mr. Bain is an email from Sam Godfrey, who I understand from the document itself is the senior ministerial advisor to the the Minister of Agriculture. That appears to have been the case on March the 23rd. Is Mr. Godfrey in the same position today?
Sorry, Minister.
Thank you. He is my senior ministerial advisor.
Member.
Thanks, which is what the indication on the document is. So that hasn't changed. And the minister is indicating that it has not changed.
Minister. That has not changed.
Member.
And on March the 23rd, he wrote this email to Kelly Newhook. Hi, MLP was able to speak to RDBN chair this afternoon. Then there are redactions. Attached is the note MLP had for the meeting as an FYI, but she didn't need to go into all of the detail. And there's more I won't quote further. Who is? I'm assuming MLP is the minister, but perhaps she could confirm that.
Minister.
Thank you. Yes, I am MLP.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. I thought that was the case. The line that attracted my attention in this email is the one that said, attached is the note MLP had for the meeting. She didn't need to go into all of the detail. And I just briefly wanted to try and reconcile that with something the minister said last week, where she said to the committee, quote, that the member's binder is the first time I'm seeing anything. On the surface, that seems inconsistent. The minister last week, I think, wanted to convey to the committee that all of this was material that she was seeing for the first time. And there's an email indication that speaks to the notes that we've been discussing as something that the minister had for the meeting. Can the minister explain that apparent inconsistency?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I think what I was referring to was were the documents in the binder. I hadn't seen those documents. That I could.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. All right, thank you. But the minister's not disputing the reference in the email to the documents that she was provided with around this specific issue on March the 23rd.
Just a reminder to members to please keep your masks on in between speaking. Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So which document is the member referring to?
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Well, I'm referring to the email document that I just provided to the minister. It would be for her to elucidate the committee as to what was being referred to in the document in the email itself.
Member.
Chair, I understand the minister's confused. There seem to have been a lot of documents floating around the minister's office on this matter. So that's why we're asking for her assistance to describe the ones she apparently had specific access to.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's not exactly apparent to me what documents are being referred to. I don't know.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Well, as I say, I can appreciate the confusion because the minister apparently had access to a whole variety of documents. Let's deal with one of them that is apparently was attached to this email, and from and according to the note, one that to the email, one that she had relied upon specifically. On the second page of the document I just provided to the minister, near the bottom is the line, "We've looked at the problem carefully," and again, I should emphasize, these are notes that were prepared specifically with respect to the Family Services Agency application. "We've looked at the problem carefully, and the fastest and most efficient way to try and resolve," and then it's redacted. Now, the minister a few moments ago basically took the position, if it's redacted, I'm not telling you anything. I'm not saying anything to the committee. And she may do that again. There is a project which was the subject of this application that the government, the minister, various ministries, Premier's office, has been directly involved in, and the minister was provided with advice about what was termed the fastest and most efficient way to try and resolve. Well, I am interested, and I think everyone, the carrier secondly, are interested in what the government believes the fastest and most efficient way to try and resolve this issue is. And I'm hopeful that the minister will share that information with the committee.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, again, I think the member continues to try and draw me into a conversation about a situation that is live right now before the Agricultural Land Commission. He's trying to build a case out of nothing. We all know that there is an opioid crisis happening. We have a Minister of Mental Health and Addictions that's trying to find every avenue, every tool in the toolbox to try and deal with that. You would expect, I believe, the government to be talking about every option available to them. I don't understand why that would be such a problem to the member. I would assume that his own caucus is talking about that as well. It comes into question period a lot. It's an issue that is live to all of us right now. It's close to all of us. Almost everybody has had somebody that they know that's been affected by it. So of course we're talking about it nonstop.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. To the Minister, well, more to be really fair to the Minister, more than just talking about it, on March the 23rd of this year, the Minister and her team, in a document entitled Key Messages, Carrier-Secani Treatment Centre, they had more than just talked about it. They had settled on what, quote, the fastest and most efficient way to try and resolve the issue was. I hope the Minister isn't shocked that I, the opposition people, would be interested to know what the government believed on March the 23rd a fast and efficient way to resolve the issue was.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, the member will know he was once a minister. A lot of information comes through. There's a lot of information notes. It's not all relevant to the situation, but ministries provide as much information as they can when requested. So I guess I'm confused at the problem. There's an information note that we've already discussed. We've discussed over and over and over again that there's a live application before the Agricultural Land Commission, but the member doesn't seem to worry about that. He continues to try to draw me in. He's making statements about my thoughts, which are untrue. He's trying to build a case which isn't there. It's a weak case. Of course the government is looking at every option on how to approach the opioid crisis. How could that be so shocking to the member?
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Not only am I not shocked, I am inviting the Minister to share the fruits of her labours with the committee. Decision was rendered with respect to an application on February the 26th that denied a group the opportunity to address that crisis through the construction of a treatment facility. The Minister was clearly seized of that matter. It attracted a lot of negative attention, and her officials identified prior to the submission of a subsequent application, prior to the submission of a subsequent application to the ALC, The minister and her government identified what they term to be, they identify as the fastest and most efficient way to try and resolve. The minister apparently doesn't want to disclose what she and her government believed the fastest and most efficient way to resolve this dilemma was. I'll provide the minister with one more opportunity to provide that information. I'm not optimistic. She has apparently drawn a line in the sand and for various reasons said that's not information that the committee or the public is entitled to. Okay, and nothing I can do about that. I can provide her with the opportunity. I can reinforce the notion that the government on March the 23rd had what it thought was the fastest and most efficient solution at hand, but she is unprepared, apparently, to share that information with the committee and the public, but I'll give her one more opportunity.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm going to decline to comment for the same reason I've mentioned over and over and over again. There is an active application before the Agricultural Land Commission, and me discussing issues of what I think is the fastest, the best, or whatever, at this time with a live application could be perceived as interference, and I'm not going to do it as much as the member would like me to interfere. Now, I don't know what the member doesn't understand about our responsibilities as MLAs around an independent tribunal. I'm not sure what he doesn't understand. The only thing that I can come up with is that when he was in government, things were handled differently. We are not going to discuss the application before the ALC or any of the details around that application. There's a live application. So that should speak to the member right there.
Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair, and as always grateful to the Minister for her tutorial on the proper operation of a quasi-judicial body. I think we'll take just a few more minutes to explore the degree to which she has abided by those admonishments. I'll pass over a few more documents. These are blues from the last day. And the one on top refers to an exchange. We had about a letter that the deputy penned and sent and ultimately ended up before the Agricultural Land Commission. The question that was posed to the minister was the minister aware that the letter was being sent, to which she replied fairly directly, in fairness, and said no. And that was her answer. I'm going to send one more document over to the... So the document I've just sent over again is another email. This one is dated April the 8th, 2021. I guess times on these things are now important. 12:13:05 p.m. from someone named Jason Crake. And it was received April the 8th, 20. It was sent to Elisa Brandt. It's the attachment described, there was an attachment apparently, described as draft letter ALC re CSFS 5.docx. And then below that, the line, letter that AFF-DMO intends to send shortly to the ALC board and chair. I have no issues with it. Then a little bit further down from there, a subsequent email from Sam Godfrey, again, Mr. Godfrey, whose position with the minister has been described, April the 8th at 11:54 a.m. And that appears to be an email sent to the minister's own email address. I can't use her name, but it's her name and then what appears to be her government email address, forward clean copies. And then from Mr. Godfrey, the question, any concerns? So to summarize, what we seem to have here is an email chain that refers to a draft letter from the deputy to the Agricultural Land Commission regarding this point, regarding this matter that we've been discussing, that was provided by her chief assistant to her for review. Is that all accurate?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, to the member, I don't know what letter this is referring to.
Member.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. In response to the letter from her, or the message from her, sorry, I'll get his position. He's not Chief of Staff, but Chief Senior Advisor, I think, Mr. Godfrey. Did she have any concerns?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to correct the record. The member is implying that my deputy wrote a letter to the ALC board and chair. I think he's implying that, but my deputy wrote a letter to the carrier Sakani. So I'm not clear on what this other letter is or what this is referring to. My deputy's letter went to carrier Sakani, but I'm going to say it again. I'm going to say it for the last time. I'm not discussing an issue that's before the ALC. So the member can stand up and ask more questions if he wishes, but on the record I'm stating I won't be answering any more questions about a live application at the ALC.
Member.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Just so the minister is clear on this, and she, I suspect, recalls this from her days toiling as we do in the opposition trenches. One makes a request for relevant documentation pursuant to the rules of FOI and the pertinent legislation, which was done here, and documents were provided. I'm asking questions about those documents. They are not documents that I have conjured up. They're actually documents that her office has sent. So when she says, I don't know what the member is talking about, well, they're documents from her office. So what we have is a document that says, that refers to a draft letter to the ALC, CSFS, letter that Agriculture Ministry DMO intends to send shortly to the ALC board and chair. I have no issues with it. Was there a draft letter?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what the member has given me is a email exchange about a letter, and he's implying that a letter went to the Agricultural Land Commission and Board. We've checked with the Ministry Office. There is no record of a letter that left from my deputy to the Agricultural Land Commission and Board. We've checked with the Agricultural Land Commission. There is no record of them receiving a letter from my deputy.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Well, look, if over the course of our discussion I have inadvertently put words in the minister's mouth, I apologize unreservedly. That has not been my intention, and I have strived not to do that. But I hope she will extend the same courtesy to me. I've implied nothing. I've asked questions about a document. It's the minister who seems to be jumping to conclusions. I'm not sure what she would have us conclude, confronted by a document that says, and I've concluded nothing. I have merely asked about a email exchange that begins with reference to a draft letter to the ALC about a particular matter, and says this is the letter that the deputy intends to send to the ALC board and chair. And the minister has said, well, we can't find a record of that letter. Well, okay. The minister has gone through great pains over the last number of hours to make this claim of non-interference and the sanctity with which that principle is held. There is a growing body of evidence that the commitment to that principle is a little more selective than the minister would like to lead on. And a document like this, referring to a letter that was prepared for transmission to the ALC board and chair about a particular matter, is pretty strong evidence. And the minister shakes her head like nothing to see here. All right, if that's her story, she can stick to it. Nothing to see here, the minister says. She was asked, by the way, by her chief ministerial assistant or senior ministerial assistant, senior MA. She was asked by her senior MA whether she had, quote, any concerns about a clean copy of a draft letter that had been prepared for transmission by the deputy to the ALC board and chair. Did she have any concerns?
Members, just before I go to the minister, just given the nature of these questions, I just want to remind all members to be mindful of the sub judice convention as debate on vote 13 continues. Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and to the member. I don't recall having any concerns about a letter that wasn't sent. No.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Well, that's a remarkably, delightfully clever answer. But it does beg a follow-up question. Is the minister saying she had no concerns when presented with a letter? It sounds like what she's saying is she had no concerns about a letter that was on the verge of, that had been prepared with a view to being sent to the ALC board and chair about a particular application under the signature of the deputy minister. And if that's what she's telling the committee, then that's informative. She's saying she had no concern about that.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And after this, I wouldn't mind having a quick recess. That'd be great. So my response to the member is we've investigated. There's no letter. There's no letter that was sent. There was no letter that was received. Did I have any concerns? I don't remember. We don't even have a letter to refer to. I don't know what this is referring to. The member continues to build a case on facts that he's making up. He doesn't know either, but he's certainly trying to build a case on it. So there are no facts to go with the accusations. And again, that's it. I'm not talking about it anymore. We're now just trying to discuss a document where we have no idea what it's about. Thank you.
So the minister has requested a recess. We do have a changing of the chair at 3 p.m. So I'm going to call a 10-minute recess now. If everybody could please return and have their cameras back on at 3 p.m. So we'll have a 10-minute recess.
I now call the committee back to order. Thank you, members, for your patience. Continuing debate, I recognize the member for Abbotsford West.
Thanks and welcome, Honourable Chair. Look, we've canvassed a lot of this. I have endeavored to express some queries and concerns. The minister has said in a variety of ways that my expressions of concern are unfounded. That a document that refers to a draft letter from the deputy to the ALC chair and board around a particular matter that is very much now is very much under consideration and had been ruled upon at the time the letter was being considered, and that she had been asked to comment upon. That none of that should provoke any kind of inquiry or concern on the part of people or the opposition. What we do know from earlier exchanges is that because we actually have the letter, is that a letter was ultimately sent by the deputy, and knowing that it would be part of the file that went to the ALC. It's part of the package from the regional district professing support for a project on behalf of the entire Ministry of Agriculture, despite the ministry having earlier provided commentary on an earlier application expressing concerns around the application. I guess the question that in a general sense people are entitled to hear the minister's response to is, what do you have to do to get a letter from the Deputy Minister of Agriculture supporting an application? What's the threshold? What's the test? Or even apparently the preparation of a draft letter to the ALC itself. I mean, I hope the minister understands why people would be curious about that. That in all of her protestations about the independence of the ALC, apparently some applicants in certain circumstances are able to get a very specific expression of support that is intended to land in the lap of the ALC. And so that's my question to the minister. How do you get one of those letters if you're an applicant? What qualifies an applicant for one of those letters?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Any answer I give to the member's question is really drawing me into an application that is live before the Agricultural Land Commission. I can't make a comment on the letter. If I do, it's interference. That's my final answer, member.
Member.
There's a remarkable irony in that that last answer, Honourable Chair, that in addressing an issue that in and of itself strikes most reasonable people as an act of interference, the minister would say, "I'm to comment is to interfere." Well, let me perhaps pose this question that has nothing whatsoever to do with the application that has engaged our attention. Has the deputy or the minister written a similar letter of support on behalf of any other application?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. To the member, we would need time to check the records.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair, and I would be grateful if the minister would do so and provide a report. I am quite frankly troubled by the answer because it suggests that the minister cannot say with certainty that letters professing support for a particular project and application have not been written on behalf of the ministry previously. And it appears that the minister's view and position is that there was nothing untoward or problematic, and is nothing untoward or problematic about circumstances in which the number 2 ranking individual in the ministry writes letters articulating support for a project, knowing that the letter is intended for inclusion in a dossier that will be before and required to be in a dossier before the Agricultural Land Commission. The fact that the minister is obliged, and I appreciate her honesty in the matter, that the minister is obliged to tell the committee that there may well be other such examples out there, I think is very telling. I have a sense from some of the minister's commentary that she has not viewed this as a particularly worthwhile exercise, and she is certainly entitled to that view. I, on the other hand, and I think many others, have found it most illuminating and most revealing about the conundrum that has been created by some perhaps well-meaning amendments to legislation that have created a circumstance in which applications that virtually every single British Columbian would find reasonable and worthy of support are precluded from moving forward. The minister insists that those challenges have nothing to do with the changes that she and her government made. Documents from her own ministry, I would suggest, paint a very different picture and confirm that those changes have very much influenced the challenge that this and other applicants have faced. We'll continue to disagree on that point. I'm under no. Well, the minister will have her moment to rebut. She hasn't been hesitant to do so. And in addition, Mr. Chair, when she does, perhaps she will take make one last attempt at explaining to people who have an interest in these matters how it is that an applicant obtains a declaration of ministerial support at the hand of the deputy minister, how it is that at one time there was a document to be sent directly to the ALC board and chair, and we don't know what happened to that document. All we know is that there's no record of where it went beyond the approval that it apparently received from the minister and others within the office. And perhaps she'll also explain to those that might be interested what the process and procedure is for obtaining from the government a letter indicating its willingness to pass an OIC excluding land from the agricultural land reserve, because of course in this exchange we also reviewed documentation to that effect where it was put on the public record that the government was prepared to go down that route. Apparently has not done so to this point, but the relevance of that as a signal of the government's preferred outcome and with respect to this application, I think speaks for itself. I'll end where I began, and that is the interest in this was provoked by the realization that a group wanted to advance a project that was much needed in the community, the Carrier Secondary Family Services Agency, for reasons that are well known. I will repeat again, lest my criticism of the government be misunderstood. I have no doubt that there is support and enthusiastic support within the ranks of the government, as there are within the ranks of the opposition, for this project itself, which makes it all the more frustrating that it has been unable to proceed. And I have offered up my view in this case of why that is, and how, confronted by that dilemma, which I have characterized as one of its own making, the government has gone to great lengths to try and find a backdoor solution that would address the issue. Those are the material we have seen, the documents, the briefing notes, the emails, I believe all paint a very clear picture of what has taken place. And I will end simply by saying this: for all of that, I remain hopeful that this project will receive the approval it requires to address the needs and the treatment needs of a community. And I know that is the hope of my colleague, the official opposition critic, the hope of my colleagues who represent the area, including the leader of the opposition. And I am, despite what she may think, grateful for the opportunity to have engaged in this exchange with the minister, and to the extent that she has been prepared to do so, her willingness to provide answers to my questions. Thank you.
Recognizing the member for Delta South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just before we wrap, and I think they want to move on to the next set of estimates, so I want to thank my colleague from Abbotsford West. I'd like to thank the Minister of Agriculture and her staff for their time and putting in a pretty healthy 3 days worth of questions and answers. So thank you. And before we go, I'd just like to pass along some written questions from my colleague from West Vancouver Sea to Sky regarding some aquaculture items. So if I could pass these along as written questions before we go.
Seeing no further questions, I ask the minister if they would like to make any closing remarks before I call the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been an interesting set of estimates that we've gone through. I absolutely willing and able and encourage any discussions that come through during this time. I would have to say I'm quite disappointed that we spent 6 hours or more. I've lost track of time on one issue when we have almost $100 million budget before us. We have pressing issues and the most public support that we've ever had, I believe, around local production, local food security for British Columbia. And it's unfortunate that we got very little time to discuss those things. That being said, I'm really proud of the budget that we've put forward, and I look forward to the projects that we have underway. I would offer to the critic that our door is always welcome for any briefings that he may want to learn about how almost $100 million is being spent in this province on agriculture, food, and fisheries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you all members. Seeing no further questions, I will now call the vote. Those participating remotely should prepare their voting cards. Those voting in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, indicate nay. Motion carried. Thank you, members. I now recognize the Minister to move the next vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $5,001,000 be granted to Her Majesty to defray the expenses of the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Fisheries Agricultural Land Commission to March 31st, 2022.
I will now call the vote. Those participating remotely should prepare their voting cards. Those in favor indicate aye.
Aye.
Those opposed indicate nay. Motion carries. Thank you, members. The committee will now take a 5-minute recess while we prepare for the Ministry of Health. I call Committee of Supply Section C back to order. We're meeting today to consider the budget estimates of the Ministry of Health. I now recognize the Minister to move the vote.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I move vote number 32, resolve that a sum not exceeding $23,725,698,000 be granted to Her Majesty to defray the expenses Ministry of Health, Ministry Operations to 31st March 2022.
Minister, do you have any opening remarks?
Just very, very briefly, it's, these are unusual moments, I think. This is the first time sat with the member for Prince George Mount Robson, the leader of the opposition here for 15 years. It's the first time we've seen each other in person in a room in a very long time, I think since February of 2020. And in the intervening period, we're talking about seniors care principally today, and seniors. In the intervening period, a lot has happened in all of our lives. And I just want to pass on my real condolence and my sense of the sense of loss that I know the Leader of the Opposition has had. I know it was a year ago on June 6th that she lost her husband, I believe, and she was recognizing that this weekend. And I think in that we can see the losses that so many people have had. Personally, all of us here, I'm here with Steve Brown, the Deputy Minister of Health, who's waiting some exciting news in his family's life and isn't as much of a part of it as he'd like to be. Dr. Bonnie Henry, who's been through so much on behalf of all of us, all of the healthcare workers, all of the people who've lost loved ones. This has been an extraordinary year, and I just say to the Leader of the Opposition, I think that I try, whenever we discuss these issues, to keep that in mind. To keep in mind when we get emails that are sometimes critical of us, the experiences that people have had in this time, which has been, I think, profound in ways that we don't understand. Sometimes people express that through anger, but often that reflects pain that we do not understand. And so I think what I try and do, successfully sometimes, not so successfully other times, as the Deputy Minister will say, but I'm trying to, when we're trying to work together on things in very tense atmosphere, but mostly successfully, is I think British Columbians have worked together well as a team in this. And I include the Leader of the Opposition in that, because she took responsibility for some of my file last year in an important time. And I can tell you, when I asked the then member for Kelowna Lake Country if members of the opposition would be prepared to help us on seniors issues in community, there was no hesitation from him, no hesitation from the honourable member, and I don't forget these things, And so we're going to have a debate, and it's absolutely legitimate for the opposition to disagree with actions we've taken on any number of issues. But I'm very respectful in this time because I think, and I apologize for being a little more emotional than usual, but it's unusual to have people in a room and see this and be here, and it has been a long time. And for us, this has kind of been our life for a long time too, this debate in this place. It's a significant moment. I want to acknowledge the Leader of the Opposition, the Leader of the Green Party who will be with us. For people listening to us, we're going to be debating seniors care today, because next week when we do the long debate on healthcare, which will go multiple days, the Leader of the Opposition will be debating with the Premier in another room of the Legislature. That's why it's being done in this way. But I want to express and welcome the Leader of the Opposition. I look forward to answering her questions.
I now recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition. Do you have any opening remarks?
I do, and I want to begin by expressing my gratitude to the Minister for his comments and also for his kindness and compassion. He was very quick to reach out to me personally during what has been the most difficult year of my life. There's no doubt about that, but I'm very grateful for that. I have been overwhelmed by the compassion and kindness shown to my family over the last year, and I know that characterizes how British Columbians have reacted for the vast majority of people who've suffered loss in this last year. I also appreciate the comments of the Minister, and I will say this. The Minister and I have had a long working relationship, and I have developed a great deal of respect for his efforts. I often have said to the Minister that he took his time in opposition and did all the right things getting ready to actually take the seat he now has. So One thing I do know, the minister knows his files well. And so I'm hoping we don't have a long period of time to talk about what I think is a critical topic, and that is the care of seniors in British Columbia. And it is absolutely essential that we have some conversation about that. I also want to just for a moment, Honourable Chair, reflect on something that the Minister has talked about today. This is a place of debate, and it is a place where hard and at times uncomfortable questions are asked, but that's exactly the way this process is designed to work. It doesn't mean that it can't be done respectfully, but I have a job to do with my caucus as well, and I know that we're just beginning the journey through health. There will be a lot of hours spent with other members, including our health critic, and other segments of the health ministry. I'll just close with this, and it's a personal observation. And then, Honourable Chair, just to give you a heads up as to where I'm going, the member from Penticton, I'm going to have him. He has a question he wants to ask. I thought we'd start with that, and then we'll work our way through. Later this afternoon, to the Minister and obviously Dr. Henry, I want to express my also gratitude. I can't imagine the personal strength that it has taken for you to manage British Columbia through this very difficult time. So I do want to express my respect and gratitude. I can't imagine how difficult it has been for you. And also to Stephen Brown, I know how the ministry is such a huge responsibility, and I also have appreciated the conversations that we have had over time. So I'll just let you know the member from Penticton has a question. I do want to say this, though, and this is one thing I appreciate about the minister, and I think it's really important that members in this place have the take every opportunity to remind each other that everyone comes here with the right motive. They come here because they care about British Columbians. They care about women's issues. They care about childcare issues. They care about seniors in British Columbia. How we approach those issues may be different, and that's the subject of debate. It is not about who cares and who doesn't, because I can assure you that every member of my caucus cares deeply about healthcare outcomes, about seniors in British Columbia, about women in British Columbia. And any other suggestion to the contrary is unfortunate in my view. I know the minister understands that. He's been incredibly respectful in our dialogue, and throughout the pandemic has taken every opportunity to pick up the phone or have me reach out to him and receive briefings from Dr. Henry and Stephen as well. So I want to begin this discussion by saying, yes, there will be difficult questions, but they are not meant in any way to undermine the desire that all of us have to serve British Columbians to the best of our ability. And with that, Mr. Chair, I thank you, and I would cede the floor to the member from Penticton.
Recognizing the member of Penticton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through yourself, and on a personal note to the three of you individuals, I would like to thank you very, very much for the incredible burden that you've had to shoulder for this province and the citizens of this province, and the exemplary job that the three of you have done under some incredibly trying circumstances. To make the questions quick, there's actually three, but what I would ask is that maybe a response, because the time is of the essence. The first question is, there's a company, a Chinese company, Anbang Insurance, that owns various senior homes in British Columbia. There has been some issues in these homes. The issues have been tried to be addressed, although I'm quite sure we're not there yet with some of them. If I could get a status report on the direction that the province or the ministry is looking at with the outstanding issues that are in some of these homes from the owners of Anbang. The second question is wage parity levels were brought up for profit and not for profit with those, I say facilities, those are homes that are run by health authorities. How long will that last, or is it going to be a permanent fix? And the third and final one is CCAs, the comfort care aids. It's my understanding that many of them are hoping to get fast-tracked into the care aid program. I would just like to know where that stands at this point in time. So I could get an answer in the future, that would be good. And once again, thank you to the three of you for a job well done so far under very trying circumstances for everybody. Thank you again.
Minister.
Thank you, and thanks to the member for all his work, especially on seniors issues in Penticton and Summerland. Members will know that he and I are in regular contact, especially about issues involving Summerland Seniors Village. And as you will know, the Summerland Seniors Village was put under administration by Interior Health, one of, as the member has suggested, 4 retirement concepts facilities across BC that were put in those circumstances on the recommendations of health authority medical health officers. In the case of Summerland Seniors Village, it's been extended now 2 times now until July 15th of 2021, when it will be reviewed again. A new director of care did start in mid-April of 2021. There has been in that period on January 21st, 2021, 1 critical infraction, but the site is now accepting new admissions, which I think is an important milestone for it. And so I would say that in the case of the 4 retirement concept facilities, I'd say to the honourable member, I'm going to get used to talking to the screen and the leader of the opposition over time, but I'd say in the case of the other 3, because of good work, I would say, done by retirement concepts, right? Because I think they are a very significant owner of long-term care facilities in British Columbia, because of good work done by them. The facilities in Comox, the facilities in Nanaimo, and the facility in Victoria are now no longer under health authority administration, and that is the goal here. The goal is to improve the standard of care and to address the issues that have been that caused medical health officers and health authority boards to take these extraordinary actions, and they are extraordinary. If you look at the history of these measures since the current act was put in place and the measures in the current act were put in place, less than 10 times have those ever been invoked. And the majority of those times were with retirement concepts care homes. So they had some work to do, and they have done some of that work. I'm not going to comment on what will happen as of July 15th, but the next day, I would say for the honourable member to look at is July 15th of this year, because that's when the administration was renewed too. But it's our hope and it's our aspiration that we're going to get to the point when that's no longer required with respect to retirement concepts. With respect to the single site order, that was put in place first essentially under provincial health order and some medical health orders in health authorities, and then became provincial policy. And it's, as the member would expect, both extraordinarily important in that it essentially ensured that individuals who were working at multiple care homes would just work at one, the idea of the single site order. And it was combined to make it effective. The reason it was effective in BC and not in other jurisdictions, I would argue, is the considerable investment. It was estimated at the time about $165 million to put in place a single site order. I think the actuals are closer to 140. I'll get them for the honourable member. It's our intention to continue that once the health orders are taken off at some point, whatever point that is, but to continue the principle of the single site order, and that's part of the work we're doing with contracted providers in the whole health system now. But the idea, I think, of lifting and having the competition that takes place for new contracted providers be on the basis of the care that's provided and not on a competition around the salary paid to people. I think that's a good principle. The single site order is an advancement on that, and there'll be a debate. There's always a debate on these things, but I think that's a useful model, and it's also useful at a time when we need to recruit more and more people to be healthcare workers. And so taking that out of the equation, ensuring everyone meets a base level of compensation for work that's incredibly valuable is useful, and I appreciate, and I have appreciated the support, I think, of the opposition for the single site order and its principle, and I think the support from the honourable member that's implied in his question. With respect to the third question, I don't have that, but what I will do is I'll report back to the House, and what I'll try and do consistently is when I don't have an answer, rather than spend a lot of time in delaying the debate, if I don't have an answer immediately, I'll report back to the House and provide that information before the end of estimates, certainly, but probably at the next start of the next day of estimates or the next period of estimates.
Recognizing the leader of the official opposition.
Honorable Chair. Just to sort of finish the roadmap for most of today, I have also invited the third party to participate just before 6 o'clock. So the minister is aware of that, and we'll see how the rest of our day shapes out. I want to start with the service plan, and of course we're focusing on the seniors component. And I noted that one of the key strategies when we look at Objective 1.2 is, and I certainly agree with it, but it is about ensuring that seniors receive, and I quote for the minister, quality, culturally safe, and appropriate care. So could the minister perhaps give me some sense of what the specific funding or resources would be attached to that objective? We know that it's absolutely essential that there be culturally appropriate care for seniors in British Columbia. So I'm just curious as to what specific resources or actions might the minister be considering when it comes to that objective?
Minister.
Thank you. On the issue of quality, I think it starts with care standards. And so you've seen that from the beginning of my time as Minister of Health, where we have sought to increase overall care standards to more than, and now we've achieved that in all 5 health authorities, well beyond the standard of 3.36 hours per resident day of care, a portion of which is nursing care, a portion of which is other care, but that's of per resident per day. And I think that's an important consideration that we meet that standard. There is, by the way, and that's, because this is hopefully a significant debate about what we're going to do in the future. There's a national debate around these questions. And there are people who feel that 3.36 is insufficient. Well, that's the care standard that we've been operating under in BC roughly since 2008. So, and that was particularly important, I'd argue, for our contracted providers. Because at that time, I became Minister of Health, about 3.11, I think at the end of the 2016-17 fiscal year. 3.11 was the overall standard, but for private contracted providers, it was closer to 3. For the public providers, it was closer to 3.3. Those represent 1/3, the other represent 2/3. So almost all of the money for that initiative went to private providers. It didn't go to the providers, it went to raise care standards for the residents who, generally speaking, don't have a choice about where they go. They get the choice of 3 care homes, but many, about 20,000 or 22,000 of those residents are living in contracted providers, and the rest are living in health authority owned and operated. So the key is to maintain and increase care standards. Now that doesn't just involve money, it involves people. And that's why we have to continue aggressively around the province, because this can be a challenge, and I think we'll inevitably, if not this today, then next week, talk about how we meet the human resources demands of healthcare, particularly in the north and the interior, which is, I think, one of the significant challenges facing public health care in the next 20 years. That challenge. One region of the province, but that challenge in general, but particularly in the north and the interior. So when we talk about that, we're talking about maintaining and addressing those care standards. To what end? And one of the profound challenges, I think, of the COVID-19 pandemic has been the effect it's had on residents in long-term care because of the very significant limitations that have been put on visitation. This affects, in some cases, people's care, because let's face it, people who go in and support their loved ones, their friends, their families in care are a considerable part of the care. It's not just the social value of visitation, which is, of course, whose value is incalculable, but also, I'd argue, the actual care value of that. And one of the things I believe is that we have to make life better. So much of what we spend money on in long-term care is keeping people safe, making sure people don't wander, especially with a majority of residents living in long-term care, living with Alzheimer's or other dementias. But what's critically important to me is the quality of life in long-term care and how we address that, how we address the social aspects of that life. When all of our other facilities to do things have gone away, how do we address that under those circumstances? Many people living with dementia are otherwise quite physically well. And so what is that life, and how do we allow people not simply to be bedridden or not be able to move around? Hence the need to develop more dementia villages. And that's something, because it's a major capital investment that will require time, but we're making some progress on that. Secondly, it's the quality of food. If one's eaten, in terms of the culturally sensitive part, I think food is important in that. And often families can provide some of that care, but I think we need to remind each other And I've been reminded a number of times of this, especially when we made changes in visitation. The sheer number of people living in long-term care who receive no visitors, whose family is the staff in long-term care. And so what's critical if you've lived a life where you've eaten only certain kinds of foods, to try and find diversity within our care homes. Difficult to do, sometimes expensive to do, sometimes impossible to do. That's why in Surrey, the Progressive Intercultural Services Society is developing a long-term care home that will be responsive to the whole community, but in particular the South Asian community. Why organizations such as Success and others have been successful in doing that. We have to find ways to do that. But those are important initiatives, but we also have to find ways. For example, Lakeview Center, which is a private contractor provider in my riding of Vancouver Kingsway near Trout Lake, provides a lot of diverse sorts of food and arrangements because it's challenging, and it's challenging as we go through our lives. Whether those of us who learn multiple languages often come back to our only language at the end of our life, and so that's a challenge. And providing opportunity, and that's what I hope we do when we add staff in long-term care, opportunities to enjoy life, not just live longer, but live better. And that's, I think, should be central to how we think about long-term care. Why we need to, of course, develop supports in the community so that people are not having to go to long-term care, but not giving up on that aspect because people arrive in long-term care at the end. So those are some of the considerations when I think about it. Of course, keeping people safe. Of course, ensuring that they have good medical care. Of course, giving them supports and so on. And all of those are incredible challenges. But I think that one of the biggest losses under COVID-19 has been the social experience of people in long-term care, none of whom wanted to be in long-term care but are there. And we have to find a way in this period, now that COVID-19 is lessening, to increase, of course, the doses of vaccination to allow this to happen, to increase, as we hope again one more time, incrementally access to visitation. And then in the period afterwards, resolve ourselves when the lights go away from long-term care a little bit and go on to other issues that we're going to continue to focus on improving the quality of life.
Member.
Minister, and I share many of those observations. I guess one of I want to use a specific example because I think the minister has also referenced an incredible project that's going to take place in Surrey that is very much focused on the cultural support and the cultural community that people deserve also to have in their latter years. So I want to explore just for a moment how the minister works across other government ministries to deal with issues when it comes to seniors in long-term care or in seniors housing. And I think all of us were distressed when we went, and I certainly had a large number of people reach out to me about Grace Seniors Home, and the minister would be familiar with that. And it is a culturally sensitive place that was embraced by the community. It's for Cantonese-speaking seniors. There are very few spaces available. Those are the kinds of alternatives or models that we want to make sure exist not just in Chinatown but elsewhere. So maybe the minister could just reassure me that there is a cross-government approach to this, that when we hear families that are absolutely anxious and worried that their loved one is going to have to leave someplace, they want to make sure that cultural element is still exists. And in fact, when I read the objective, I actually was appreciative of the fact that this sounds like it's more than just a one-size-fits-all approach, and the minister has spoken to that. So maybe just some assurance that there is a cross-government approach that says, we're going to make sure that elderly British Columbians have the best possible fit for them in their latter years. So maybe just a bit of emphasis for me on the cultural side of that, and when a situation like Grace arises, how does the government actually work across ministries to deal with that?
Minister.
Thank you. And that, of course, I've heard about that, and that's an issue that was dealt with elsewhere, and there was lots of advocacy, and I think hopefully ultimately a good result, although these things, when you get a good result in the end after controversy, create a lot of anxiety. And so I understand all that. I think there is an issue around continuum of care. and why I like the idea of the PICS long-term care home, and they won a competition, is that PICS, as the member will know, and if she doesn't get a chance to visit it, hopefully when we're visiting things again, they run one of the most successful assisted living, I think it was in recent surveys, one of the highest rated assisted living homes in Fraser Health, the PICS assisted living. And so what you had there was some independent living on site and assisted living. But once people had to leave assisted living and could not be sustained and the care required in long-term care, that the care would suddenly change. So you'd have the change of leaving your home, which had been your home, and then the change from going from a very different facility. And it's challenging because, of course, all of our care providers try, I think, and do a good job, and they have significant health standards, so their ability to deal with the variety of British Columbia can be challenging. But I think that's an example where you want to create a continuum of care where people can possibly go from independent living to assisted living to long-term care, because at 65 we live on average for 23 to 25 years, and even though we talk about seniors as one group, there are many groups. Equally, I think, we need to do that with other language groups. So New Vista in Burnaby, another care home in Burnaby, has a floor that was significantly supported in their redevelopment. It's a non-profit care home, one of the oldest in British Columbia as an organization. They have a new facility that is going to be responsive to the Korean Canadian community, and it's the challenge of a diverse province. So I think that what we have to try and do is have a care system that, as much as possible, treats people as individuals, that understands that the circumstances of I think of one person I visit every week in long-term care, so I'll think of that, who is as sharp and thoughtful and critical as a person could be, but whose body has failed her and she's in long-term care. And then other people who have different needs. And so we have to try in those years to I think target individual investment on the quality of life and opportunities to live, even in long-term care, to live, because and to find the things that give life worth meaning, and that means as much as possible culturally appropriate care. It's difficult. You've got a care home of like say Evergreen in North Vancouver that has 300 beds in multi-bed rooms, right? And we'll be talking about capital probably in a little bit, but where we need to rebuild that care home. It's one of the old health authority public care homes on the site of the Lions Gate Hospital. 300 people, you can imagine, because it takes most of its people from the North Shore, the diverse community that it represents. How, when you're managing such a care home, do you provide culturally appropriate care? But I don't, just because it's difficult doesn't mean we can't do things to address that, and I think we have to. And I think our goal together as a province should be coming out of a pandemic that has been in this world, in this province, in this country, brutal on long-term care and people in long-term care. That's got to be our commitment to the future years, which is to make life better.
Member.
Thank you, and I know we'll have some further discussion about seniors in community and seniors in long-term care in just a few minutes. I also wanted to just ask the Minister about another strategy that's included in the service plan, and it's actually related to the use of Care Connect and remote patient monitoring. So I'm wondering if the Minister could outline for me how seniors are able to connect or to access these particular supports, so Care Connect and remote patient monitoring.
Minister.
Thank you. I think there's some up-to-date information. What I'll do is if it's okay with the honourable member, I'll come back to that in a few minutes when we get a little bit more information, because we're seeking that now, and then we can continue, because I know the member has only so much time.
Member.
Well, thank you very much. And another key office that does work related to seniors in British Columbia, and I will certainly say for the record that I have a great deal of respect for the Office of the Seniors Advocate. I'm wondering if the Minister could outline for me how the funding for the Office of the Seniors Advocate is determined.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Essentially, the Seniors Advocate receives base funding, which goes up as base funding does. And then she makes requests for special projects that she does. So there's those two sets of projects, and that process would go through the Deputy Minister of Health. Members will know that the Seniors Advocate isn't an independent officer of the Legislature, but I think it's fair to say that that the Seniors Advocate is independent and has done a good job, and she served under the previous government, and she served under this government, and occasionally lots of people get angry at her, from care providers to others to ministry. All those things happen, but I think she does a very good job. But her way of accessing budget isn't like an independent officer where she comes here and she makes her case to a legislative committee. In her case, she'd have base funding, which would be kind of ministry core funding. And then for special projects, she makes cases. As the member will know, recently during the pandemic, she played a critical role in managing a budget. That wasn't her budget to manage, but she was given those responsibilities working with a group of MLAs. So that's the kind of project funding she gets. So if she needs funding for something special, she would get that funding.
Member.
Well, thank you. And I certainly understand that people do, I think all of us are in the position that no one agrees with everything we do all of the time. And I think that the Seniors Advocate's role is absolutely essential. We do need to have an independent person who speaks solely for the benefit of seniors in British Columbia. I'm wondering if the Minister can tell me what is allocated for the what funding resources are allocated for the office for 2021-22.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The base funding is $2.267 million.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I have to get faster taking the mask on and off here. And I can't hear the Minister when he has his on, so it's very muffled. And I'm wearing my reading glasses, so we're in the appropriate estimates at the moment between us. Trouble hearing, trouble seeing. I don't know what else we can. So maybe I could just pursue then the Minister, if he is prepared to articulate for me what special projects, for example, the Seniors Advocate is considering, what has she asked for funding for, and whether or not they've been approved. Is he in a position to be able to describe those for us?
Minister.
Thank you. I mean, within that base funding envelope, she has the flexibility to do a lot of what she does. But I think it's fair to say from time to time, she'd seek extra resources. For example, a significant portion of her time went in the development of 211 and related projects this past year. That was one of the things that she did. I think that most of her requirements are held within her base budget, but I don't think that would be a limitation. From time to time, quite frequently actually over my time as Minister, I've called on her for advice or for extra information myself, independent of that, because she's a thoughtful person and she provides a different perspective than just the ministry perspective, which of course is excellent, but provides another perspective. So that's her base budget, and I think it's fair to say that if she would want more money or she'd need more money, we'd absolutely be open to that as well.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Perhaps could the Minister perhaps let me know whether or not there were additional resources, for example, requested, and did she receive funding for the Staying Apart to Stay Safe report, for example, review? I know that that's important work. And perhaps could the Minister indicate, and I think he has done that, by saying if something emerges throughout the course of the year and there is a special request, is that the kind of process that that's in place, that the advocate can make that kind of request? It's considered, so there may be additional funding provided in addition to the baseline budget throughout the course of a year.
Minister.
I think if those circumstances require, she'd simply ask the Deputy Minister of Health, and I think based on the importance of the office, that request would be denied. She does receive some shared services within the Ministry of Health as well. I think support for communications and other such things when those requirements are in place. But those reports she does within her funding envelope, they're considerable, including the guides to long-term care homes that you see that she publishes periodically. The report on home support, for example, that she did not so long ago, pre-pandemic, but recent pre-pandemic, that she did, and so on. So she produces a significant number of reports. She has an advisory group that she meets with regularly around British Columbia that I've had the occasion to speak to when she brings people together from time to time representing seniors in different communities. So she does lots of that work as well. And you know, I think, I mean, there was a brief period when there was a lot of criticism of her office, as I described earlier. I think maybe in previous estimates we had a little bit of that with the former member from Richmond East, you know, because there was a time when that was the case. There was a time when there was concerns from the BC care providers about the seniors advocate. But I think, especially with the new president of the care providers, Mr. Lake, and others, that her relationships in general are good, but inevitably, like I say, there'll be different disagreements. And I think I see those as a positive thing, because I think it's an indication. So there's some discussion, including I think the care providers and others have suggested the creation of another independent office of the legislature. But I think the freedom that Isabel McKenzie has to speak out on issues, even when she's disagreeing with the government and with others in the system, is an indication of her independence. And I think that, I personally think the office is doing a good job and is operating well.
Member.
Well, thank you. And I seem to recall, I could be mistaken, but I seem to recall that when the member was in my seat on the opposition benches, I think they were wildly supportive of the fact that we needed an independent seniors advocate, but I could be corrected there. I actually think some tension in the system is important. And I think that having someone who speaks solely from the perspective of seniors is an important thing. And obviously, we believe that as we move forward. And I understand that not every jurisdiction has an independent seniors advocate. And I think British Columbia has done some good work on that front. And I certainly appreciate the office and the work that the advocate has done. I want to move on to talk a little bit about, well, I want to actually ask another question about the seniors advocate, but it's in relation to the community support and home support. And again, it comes back to the service plan. It's on page 4 of the 2019-20, 21-22 service plan. It's under objective 1.3, and it reads, and I quote, "With the guidance of the BC Seniors Advocate, continue to improve access to home and community care," and it goes on. But I was actually surprised to discover that in the same section of the current service plan, that phrase is removed. The part that says "with the guidance of the BC Seniors Advocate." And I actually think that her role is very critical in terms of direction and looking at how we improve access to home and community care, looking at how we better address the needs of seniors in the province. One would think that having her advice is actually pretty important. So it seemed to have disappeared from the current plan. So I'm wondering if the minister could just explain the rationale for removing the phrase "the guidance of the BC Seniors Advocate."
Minister.
I'm delighted that the member reads the service plan so carefully. I resolve to read it more carefully next year. The seniors advocate, with respect to home support, got to take off the mask, put on the glasses, has had, I think, in the direction that we've taken in community care in particular, enormous influence, and she'll continue to have that. For example, when we've increased especially the money for respite care, which is a major part of the advancements we made in our home and community plan starting in 2018-19. That recommendation, even though obviously it was a government proposal and I announced it at Collingwood Neighbourhood House, I recall the seniors advocate was there, spoke to it, and that change, that focus on respite care was solely based on her recommendation. In fact, it was her primary recommendation to me when I said, what do we need to do to change that plan, was to focus on adult day programs and respite care to provide more services to people in community. So she has played a central role in the development of that plan. Equally with respect to the report, a series of the recommendations have been put in place, including the repatriation of seniors care, which was in the specific of home support care, which I think has been largely successful in the province. That change has also received the support of the seniors advocate and a series of the things proposed in her most recent supporter there. So in terms of home support, in terms of respite care, in terms of community care, in terms of community-based services that are provided by community professionally based services, all of which increased significantly as part of our seniors plan that we put in the 2018 budget, and it has continued on through. Those, as we develop the expenditure around those plans and the detailed programmatic part of those plans, all of them were influenced by the seniors advocate, and they'll continue to be, particularly in that area of care. And the member will know that the seniors advocate is the former and longtime director of Beacon Community Services in the South Island. And so she has a significant both interest and expertise in that area, and so she's someone I rely on. So I don't know, it may not be in the service plan, but I'll keep talking to Isabel Mackenzie nonetheless. And I'll check out that in the service plan next year. You may see it back in.
Member.
Well, I certainly didn't want to imply that I thought, well, I was hoping it wasn't an intentional change. And I think the minister has made clear that, working constructively together, whether it's the seniors advocate, members of the opposition, there is tension in the system, and that's actually what drives change. And there have been some, as the minister points out, very substantive recommendations made by the seniors advocate, and I want to ensure that we corporately respect that, the role of the independent officer, and that can be uncomfortable at times, but it is still absolutely critical. So I wanted to just spend a couple of minutes talking about the fact that, and we're going to talk more about long-term care and COVID and the heartbreaking circumstances that families have faced and in some cases are continuing to face. But when we look at what, and I actually appreciated the way the way the minister described the seniors in British Columbia. They're certainly not one size fits all. And one of the things we know is that most seniors want to live in community at home as long as they possibly can. And that matters enormously to me. When we look at the statistics, we know that the vast majority of seniors actually spend their latter years in community. The number of elderly British Columbians in long-term care is actually quite small when you look at the million people we would consider seniors in this province. So I'm wondering if the minister can just outline for me where that fits in his list of priorities. Obviously, we're facing a global pandemic, and long-term care has been one of the, I think, most devastating outcomes, and we're going to have to grapple with that over time. But there's a whole lot of seniors who want to stay at home. They want to be cared for in community. So what types of initiatives is the minister looking at when it comes to keeping those options open for seniors? And while he's outlining that, perhaps he could include in his answer some comments about the Better at Home program and how that's working. I know that when I was asked to sit on the committee, the all-party committee, that was one of the outcomes, was additional support to Better at Home. But one of the things we learned, for example, is that it doesn't work the same way in all parts of British Columbia. We want it to work well wherever it is. So what is the government and what is the minister's priority when it comes to helping seniors stay at home as long as possible, making sure they have supports and resources in community?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and through you to the Leader of the Opposition. I think I'd say a couple of things. First of all, we talked a little bit earlier about a cross-government approach and a cross-society approach, because it seems to me that we're facing, if you look at the things that government provides and supports for seniors, long-term care, that's about 30,000 residents. 965,000 people over 65 have been vaccinated. 86% of those over 65 have been vaccinated. Just think of how many seniors. 30,000 of those, essentially 32,000, just over 30,000 are in long-term care. So it's one important group, and it's where, of course, we devote the greatest resources to people who have the most significant and challenging health outcomes. That's inevitably the case in a healthcare system. We can go all of our lives without needing care, as many people who end up in long-term care do, and we do well to remember that when people talk about the costs of it. But often people have lived for years and never used health services, and then at the end of their lives they require them. So at one end of the continuum is long-term care and assisted living and independent living, and sometimes what we call seniors housing. There's activity in community. There's validating, I think, and supporting the role of seniors in our society. In other words, community activity and supporting community organizations that will do that, and that will, and this is particularly important, I'd argue, for seniors who don't require need in the healthcare system. But when we become seniors, as we know from, in my case, from my mom or from my mother-in-law, who are our two surviving parents for Renee and I, that one of the greatest challenges people face is the loss of friends and the community that they knew, or whether that is to be people losing the ability to participate in activities and so on. So what we need, I think, in society is a continuum, both of the healthcare system, long-term care, assisted living, home support, community-based services, adult day programs, support for seniors organizations. That's the healthcare vision. But there's a broader vision than that around incomes, around pensions, around housing, and how difficult it is to continue to live, and the difficult choices that seniors often have. And they're really challenging choices, and they bring with them, I think, some imaginative thoughts. And here I'm improvising a little bit, but this is something we were talking about Isabel McKenzie that she talks about, which is seniors that have, through their homes, significant wealth, but are unable to afford to bring people in. And how we can find ways to think about improving that and giving people more access to utilize that. Sometimes those inheriting that wealth maybe have different views about that, and those are the things that rile families sometimes. But you know, it's a bit of a societal reverse mortgage around circumstance, so how we allow that. But also how we plan communities. In my city of Vancouver, we're going to require more long-term care homes in a city where the price of real estate is beyond expensive, right? And that's true in many communities. It may not be true in all communities, but it's true in many communities. So how we plan that, and how we plan a long-term care home that goes up and not spreads out as the long-term care home traditionally does. How we allow in our planning in communities for seniors to stay in community and to have access to be able to live in community and live close to the things that they know. So I think it involves planning in cities, it involves the federal government in its role, it involves incomes and the economy. As this group of people in society becomes more important, and as we've seen in a pandemic, a variety of supports that are needed from government. But it's not just government. I think we have to prepare for a moment, because the number of people when we talk about this, and we'll talk about it next week when we talk about cancer, 50% more people with cancer by 2035. Not because we're not doing a good job with cancer care in general, it's because there's going to be more age-related cancer and outcomes are going to be better. Right? And so that creates a problem that we haven't had in human history before. And let me just suggest one other thing, which is a positive aspect of healthcare. When I first became an MLA, I had one of those cases, which the member knows because I'm sure she's had cases like this. And there was a guy who was about 70, his wife had passed away. And they'd taken care of a child for 45 years who had developmental disabilities and lived with him. And suddenly, and they had a traditional relationship, and he went to work, she took her to the home, gave the primary support to their child, and she passed away. And there was no respite care and no support. We have people so this aging population and some of the success in our healthcare system of expanding life expectancy, for example, for people with developmental disabilities who maybe for the first time in human history will become seniors in significantly large numbers. These are societal problems that we have to address, and they present to provincial and federal and municipal governments, but we also have to have a discussion of what our province is going to look like as more of us become seniors in the coming 15 or 20 years. And that planning, that thinking is going to require all of us, not just ministers of health or other ministers of government, ministers of housing or federal ministers, but I would say everybody.
Member.
Thank you to the Minister for his answer. I'm wondering if he could outline for me specifically related to Better at Home. And one of the things that we are concerned about is the fact that in smaller communities, it's very difficult to access some of the services that we can receive in larger communities. So perhaps the Minister can speak to whether or not there is a monitoring process. Do we look at how Better at Home is being administered? Not suggesting it needs to be the same. It's not a one-size-fits-all program, but we want to ensure that if you live in Vanderhoof, McBride, or Vancouver, that there are supports for seniors provided through the Better at Home program. So perhaps the Minister can speak specifically to resources related to Better at Home.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and I apologize to the member. I was captured a little bit. I gave too long an answer there. Everyone's going to get it. People in my office are going to give me a hard time about giving these long answers. So we are seeing, I think, a significant increase in services delivered year into year and Better at Home, and that's good news. And we were part of it, and the member was part of that, and she knows that. And the program, which, by the way, we started under the previous government, and which has been expanded since I've been Minister of Health to include more communities, including, I think, 4 more this year. I'm looking at it, coming Peachline, Golden, Princeton, Nicola Valley, no more than that. Houston, Cortez Island, Quadra Island. So expanding both in terms of its scope. But just to take a look at Better at Home data year unto year. Seniors in 2019, 20 Better at Home data, 11,935 seniors served, 191,147 services delivered. 2020-21 reported data, which includes Better at Home services and the new programs that we've added together, the Safe Seniors Strong Community Initiative, the Integrated Community-Based Programs for Older Adults, the work done by many other agencies as well, including those involved in Better at Home, 816,457 services, which shows, I think, the effectiveness of the model. But I would put this caution, and I think the member would agree with this, that sometimes we ask Better at Home to do things that it's not equipped to do. It's not a home support agency. It's not able to provide community-based professional services. So I think we can continue to expand it, and I'd ask all members of the House, because members of the House know the programs in their community, where we're succeeding, where we're not. My goal, principal goal, when we moved from $10 million in annual funding to $11 million and now to more, was of course to expand the reach of the program and the number of communities it's received. But that's not the only measure, nor is the only measure the number of services, although that's clearly increased in this model quite a bit. And now we've got to work together, and the member will have suggestions about this, of how we go through this post-pandemic period and maintain, I think, the momentum in services, because I don't think as we go through the pandemic, the needs of seniors are they're going to change. In the pandemic, there may be less pandemic-related services, less isolation service, more services required, how we can make it better. So that's the general thrust of the program, which is, as we've seen, significantly increased over time. That reflects the very significant increases in funding from year onto year. And there is an advisory committee involving many community organizations, an advisory committee to Better at Home, which is composed of the United Way, but also the ministry and other community-based agencies to provide information about the program. But I'd encourage the member and members of the opposition to feed in their views on us as we develop the program, because this program is again going to change. It's seen an increase in resources, and that sometimes can be a good thing for programs, but sometimes it doesn't work entirely well. I think we're going to have to take another look at the next year, and I'd suggest to the member that's something that we could do as a legislature together.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. During last year's estimate, there was an interesting discussion, and as I was reading it, it was about other options in terms of supporting or allowing seniors to essentially use their means more effectively. And the minister referenced, and in fact he said not to just support living, not just care, but living. And I think I thought it was an interesting concept. And he referenced a number of proposals from the Seniors Advocate, from care providers and others, and they are being considered as we move forward. So I'm wondering if the minister could just give me an update on those proposals. Did anything actually move ahead? What was considered over the last year? And so I'd be very interested in knowing whether there were progress was made on that particular concept that he discussed in estimates last year.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I think probably less progress than I would like. It's been a year, and I'll just say that. It's been a year where we've shifted our focus, huge focus on supporting home support in a time of pandemic, which has been a real challenge, huge focus on Better at Home, and that's where we've seen the effort, including obviously all the efforts around the COVID-19 pandemic. But I think the issues remain the same, issues of a growing number of seniors who are finding it more challenging to live well in community when we're asking them to live well in community. And you don't want to create in a system, and I think it would be hard to do this because it's hard to get into long-term care. Actually, you have to have very significant conditions to get into long-term care. You do, even with respect to assisted living, you see a lot of it. If you wanted publicly funded assisted living beds, that's a challenge as well. So I don't think we've gone as far, but I think the issues are still there, and they're ones that I think we can think about as a society. How is it? I mean, we have a very long time ago, I worked in Minister of Finance's office, and I remember arguing with a senior at a particular time that they could use land tax deferment. That's something that senior, I think, would rather have eaten glass than do. They didn't like that idea. But I do think that model is interesting and one that we should explore, how we can find ways to allow people to use with the means that they have, understanding that the demands on long-term care are going to grow. The demands of that portion of the population, which is going to grow in parallel to the overall growth of the seniors population and assisted living, all the other demands, how we allow seniors to use their own resources to live well and to have, to avoid the condition that many people have in Metro Vancouver, where they're living in very expensive places but are not able to live well.
Member.
Well, thank you, and I certainly understand that, you know, there are priorities, but my point is simply to raise it so that we have an ongoing discussion about that, because I think it does make a difference to the quality of life and for seniors, not just now, but in the future. So I look forward to having further discussions with the Minister about that as we emerge, we hope, from the pandemic. There's so many things that we will look forward to working on, hopefully together in this area in particular. I would also like to ask the Minister if he could outline for me, there is a $12 million investment in the Home Health Monitoring Initiative each year. So I'm wondering, is it $4 million per year? How many seniors will receive expanded or new services as a result of that investment in home health monitoring?
Minister.
What I'll do is, when the other answer comes in, because I know the member may have follow-up questions, but we can get that specific answer to her.
Member.
I appreciate that, and I'm sure there's going to be, we're probably not going to have enough time either, so we'll just submit questions, and the Minister is very good, I know, at getting back. So I wanted to reference consultations from Budget 2021, and the Select Standing Committee on Finance and Government Services made a recommendation that government increase investments in home support, including revising the regulated co-payment for the home support program to enable seniors to stay at home. So can the Minister provide us an update on whether or not the Ministry is looking at revising the regulated co-payment for the home support program?
Minister.
I think that the Select Standing Committee dealt with that issue, as did, I think, the Seniors Advocate in her 2019 report, which was talking about the thresholds for those programs. That's been, as the member will know, a focus of mine in the pharmacare program, where we use the basis of fair pharmacare and dramatically reduce the number of people or the size of deductibles for many people. In that case, some of the thresholds were quite similar, so someone earning $29,000 a year was paying $750 deductible for pharmacare at that time, which, if you're making $29,000 a year, is a huge, pretty significant deductible. And for someone in that category, we eliminated the deductible, so they were getting the immediate benefit, which was a partial payment in that case. So we haven't decided to do that. We made, as the member will know, some significant improvements in terms of home support hours over time. I think that in 2021, they went down slightly, and what I'll do is I'll forward to the member at the end of the session, because I have a note here which sort of summarizes all those questions, so those facts around home support hours and so on year to year. But we've seen a significant increase, and we'll expect to see a significant increase in home support hours next year. I think there's a slight reduction partly because of COVID-19 this year in the number of hours, but the funding has increased. That's partly the investment of the provincial government, so we've increased home support funding, partly the investment of the federal government, which provided us, under an agreement that we have with the federal government, additional dollars for home support. So the numbers of hours have increased. We've increased respite care. We've made the other changes we've made. We haven't made that change yet, although it's a change that would be under active consideration because it affects it's an expensive change potentially, so one has to judge it against other expenditures, but it is one way of providing more access to publicly funded home support in the province to a group of people whom most people would describe as lower income, right? And the threshold, I'm trying to remember exactly what the threshold is, but a couple of $1,000 change in the threshold would make a significant difference in that regard. So it is something we're actively looking at, but it's not part of Budget 2021.
Member.
Well, thank you. And I think the issue of revising how co-payment, regulated co-payments work is important because it can act as an impediment for, and I think that was advice, again, that the Seniors Advocate provided. When you revise co-payment for the home support program, it means that community supports available for seniors and families allow them to stay at home longer. And I think all of us have that that mutual interest. And so an example was the investing in home support costs the public system less that compared to public funding for long-term care space. And we know that. And not only that, it is a quality of life issue. So I wanted to be sure that that, again, hasn't been completely forgotten or lost on the minister's radar screen. I understand there's been a lot of other priorities, but I did want to raise that issue and hope that there will be an ongoing commitment to considering that and looking at a specific plan that looks at the potential for revising that regulated co-payment. Moving on, I'm wondering if the minister could provide me with an update on adult day programs in British Columbia. Are they fully operational? And what is the ministry's target for the number of adult day service hours it expects to provide in 2021 and 2022?
Minister.
Yes, mask off, glasses on. That's the process. I'll get it right eventually. So when we debated this, or have debated this in past estimates, this is one of the things, as a member will know, that I'm proudest of. The very significant increase in adult day programs that occurred, adult day services and cumulative days that occurred my time as Minister of Health. It had been recommended by the Seniors Advocate. It was something I really believed in, that and respite care services. So in 18-19 it was 255,000 hours. In 2019-20 it was up to 292,000 hours, which is a huge increase, and I was very proud of it. Obviously, and that was 292,000, not counting the March of 2020 when those programs were essentially shut down through the first provincial restrictions that were put in place by the provincial health officer and by ourselves in order to keep people safe and stop the virus from spreading in communities, especially to vulnerable people. So the number of hours is specifically very small this year. We went from massive increases to essentially the suspension of those programs during the course of the year. Some of the programs on a very selective basis were relaunched in August of 2020, but at least in the Vancouver Coastal and Fraser and Interior Health Authority, even in those cases, those programs were shut down. Were shut down again in November as we entered into the second wave. So the result of that is that as of February, Vancouver Coastal and Northern Health are each operating one standalone adult day program. Vancouver Island Health, which has seen less COVID, is operating at 7 sites. But this is something we're going to have to relaunch partially this year with continued restrictions and controls, and then really relaunch because the budget is still there and the support's still there. A lot of the money that went to adult day programs was sent to develop mitigation strategies, including virtual programs across the province. And but if there's one thing that I'm proudest of as Minister of Health is those programs, those baseline services that are provided. And I think that different health authorities have come up and offered different programs, and IH and Northern Health, Interior Health and Northern Health and Vancouver Island Health have relaunched some of their programs. But what other health authorities did was develop alternatives, which is to connect with seniors at home and use the resources for outreach visits, for check-ins, and to address the client base for adult day programs. But I think if you look at the losses of the COVID pandemic for people, it is that those enormous, when you think of that, 292,000 days in 2019-20 to in the tens of thousands of days in the 2021 fiscal year. This is a place we have to come back to, and of course we've used it to reach out and to do all kinds of other mitigating things, but I think everyone participating in those programs and supporting them says that that's not the same, and that's a significant diminishment for adults in community that was made necessary by COVID-19, and that's what's happened to the program, different from home support and community-based services, which continued on basically as was with new restrictions in what people could do. In the case of adult day programs, essentially those programs have been suspended for much of the year.
Member.
To the Minister for that response. I want to quickly just ask the Minister, and I had a number of questions on this. It's actually something I care a great deal about, but knowing how limited our time is, I'm wondering if the Minister can give me an update on the First Link program in British Columbia. Dementia is a enormously challenging situation for many families who have loved ones that are impacted. I admit that I was concerned when first of all, we know, and I have visited the Minister before to speak about First Link, but I wanted to just point out that in First Link Dementia Support served 18% more clients. In 2019-2020, there were over 6,000 new clients, increase in the number of referrals by a healthcare provider, and a number of other contacts. So I really just, I want, and the Minister can provide me with more information later if that's more helpful, but I want to ensure that there is sustainable permanent funding and that there is a recognition that those numbers and the services provided are increasing, and we need resources to follow that. We need to make sure that there's adequate and appropriate support. So I'll just raise the issue of First Link, making sure that the Minister is aware of the increase in the number of referrals and the number of clients that are being served. And I want to make sure that we have resources to deal with that as we move into the future.
Minister.
Well, if the member will do me this favor to not publicize this beyond the province-wide TV that we're on here, member will know that First Link has typically over a very long period of time received what's sometimes called year-end funding. And in so it's really $2.7 million a year, which is what they consistently ask for, it should be said. That's their funding request, which is approved, I suspect. If they ask for an incremental funding, that they would receive it. But as an organization, in principle, they ask for what they need for the program, and they want to maintain some own source investment in the program. I believe that's the case of the Alzheimer's Society, which is admirable. And so if the member won't tell anybody, we provided year-end funding this year of $5.4 million. So that means for this current fiscal year that we're in, 2020-21 and 21-22, we'll obviously be making an announcement, the public announcement of that later. And I'm just counting on the low ratings of the Birch room so that won't get out too much. But it's no surprise to anyone. But what we've tried to do in the absence of base funding is just what I've tried to do is give 2 years in advance. So 2 years ago we gave 5.4 as well. So it's clear. But if anybody in British Columbia thinks that any government is not going to provide funding for the First Link program or dealing with growth in the program, I suspect that that's not the case. In any event, they've received 2 more years of funding, and we'll be making a public announcement of that soon. May was Alzheimer's Month. Maybe just went for a walk for Alzheimer's. I don't know if the member did as well, but what the Alzheimer's Society does with First Link is extraordinary. But the member is quite right that the work of First Link, nobody should confuse the $2.7 million in annual funding for First Link as a replacement for all the supports that are going to be required for people with Alzheimer's and other dementias in our society, which is a growing number as well, is reflected in long-term care, but in a lot of other places. And the impact of Alzheimer's on families is profound as well, and that's what makes First Link so effective. It's not, as the member will know, a government program. It's a government-supported program, but because of the credibility of Alzheimer's Society, it's a place people feel free to go, and they're going in increasing numbers.
Member.
I don't think I think, thank you, Honourable Chair. I think the minister knew that he would receive some sort of question about that issue. I want to move on to talk about a report that the Ministry of Health commissioned. And it was a report on the government's COVID response in long-term care. The minister would know that it was done by Ernst & Young, and it was commissioned July 30th, and it was submitted to the ministry on October 22nd, 2020. And yet the minister knows, because we've had this discussion in other venues, that report was released publicly on January 25th, 2021. So maybe the minister could just walk through the timeline for me. When did the minister become aware the report was commissioned? When did he review the report? And again, remind all of us why the report wasn't released earlier. You know, when people are anxious, when they've participated in a process and we're not certain what the outcomes are, it's important that we know those details. So perhaps he can walk through the timeline of, you know, when the report was commissioned, when it was received, and why it wasn't released earlier. And then the next question, obviously, from that will be if the minister can outline any steps that have been taken to address the findings of the Ernst & Young report.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So I'm happy to take the member through the timeline. And I think some of the details of this have come out through Freedom of Information requests, so all of that information has been made available. So the report was not commissioned by me as Minister of Health, but it was commissioned in the Ministry of Health. It was commissioned at the ADM level with the approval of the Deputy Minister of Health. And it was the intent of it, and the discussions around it started in June, I believe, of 2020, that the intent of the report was to do something that the division would ordinarily do itself, but was extremely busy. They wanted an external partner to do the review, which was to reach out to partners in the seniors care system and to ask how we've been doing through the first wave of the pandemic. And so the decision was made by the ministry to contract Ernst & Young rather than do a report or a review internally and reach out internally for reasons of the fact that part of the ministry, as you can imagine, was extremely busy. And really their focus was service outward. So the issues that they weren't going to ask, you know, how infection control was in long-term care homes, because that's not the expertise of Ernst & Young. And of course we have a public health team that is doing that on a systematic basis. So that's what happened. They commissioned a review of Ernst & Young, by Ernst & Young, in the summer of 2020. Ernst & Young went out and spoke to people in the ministry, but also people in the sector. That would have included initially organizations like the BC Care Providers, but others. Might have included other representatives in seniors care. And the idea was to say, well, how are you receiving both the direction of provincial health, but also how are we doing in terms of coordinating on issues such as PPE and other issues? And so the folks at Ernst & Young, who had done a very good report from us about the Nanaimo Regional General Hospital, the Honourable member, the Leader of the Opposition, will remember John Bethel, who often works on these things and works with Ernst & Young, and others who've a lot of experience in healthcare. Mr. Bethel served the previous government as an Associate Deputy Minister and Assistant Deputy Minister. They prepared a report to the Ministry of Health, which was submitted. It was shared, it was received, as the member says, on October 22nd. It was shared with the Deputy Minister of Health towards the end of November, I believe, and shared with me in January. In that period, most of its recommendations, and perhaps I'll give the member the chance to ask another question, another intervention before I go through, because we have recommendation and action that I can take the member through. Was I happy to discover that a report had been conducted when I been working on seniors care a lot, and I only received it in January. I wasn't happy. I don't think that wasn't a happy day for me, but it's what happened. And what the Ministry of Health did was took the report, worked to implement its recommendations. Those recommendations were reflected in recommendations to me and to Dr. Henry and to others about the actions we should take. But the report should have been released publicly sooner. Just should have been. Because as the member said, they consulted a lot of people, and when you're consulted on a report, you want to see the work product. I think there is an argument that I'm sure the ministry can make legitimately, but they're extremely busy and they just want to move on and act. But I think the report should have been released sooner, and I'm the first to say that, including to me, but to everyone. And of course, it was released, I believe, on January 25th. It's the day the member suggests, and I think the report, on balance, is relatively complimentary of the government, but that's neither here nor there. The recommendation should have been put out sooner.
Member.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate the minister's candor. I can imagine that, at a time when people are already anxious about information and how things are working, and one of the things we're all going to have to face as we emerge from the pandemic is there is going to be a looking back portion here that says, what did we do right and what do we need to be aware of? I mean, I hope to goodness we aren't facing this, in something of this magnitude, but it is about lessons learned. And I think that there as hard as it is to answer those questions, I actually think it is far more productive to accept the report, look at the recommendations, and deal with them. And British Columbians expect that of us. There is a lot of positive things to be said about how British Columbia has managed, but there are also areas where questions are important. And, I appreciate, through the chair, Honourable Chair, I can understand that the minister isn't happy. I have a job to do too, and that is to ask the tough questions that are sometimes uncomfortable. But I appreciate that answer, and I think that it did cause a lot of unnecessary distress, and hopefully we have that situation sorted out so that it doesn't happen again. But I do want to speak about another report. The BC Care Providers Association released a report on November the 10th, 2020, and it was on the first wave impact of long-term care. And it was vetted, as I understand it at least, prior to its release by a 6-person academic panel that was led by Dr. Carol Estabrooks of the University of Alberta. So I'm wondering, did the minister review that report and the recommendations contained within that report?
Minister.
Yes.
Member.
There's a succinct answer. Thank you, Honourable Chair. Didn't get a chance to put the mask back on.
It's a Christmas mirror.
That's right. So again, the follow-up that the minister would expect is, so with having answered the question about Ernst & Young and looking at the recommendations, did the ministry choose to act upon the recommendations in the BCCPA report?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I think maybe I'll start by, because on some issues anyway, the reports overlap on some issues. I'll just take the member through, I won't spend too long on this. I'll try and go quickly because what I'll do is just share the document with the member as well, which is one of those documents, recommendation action documents, so the member can see that and use that as she will to inform to inform her comments and her policy development. What we did was made changes. The Ernst & Young report had a number of recommendations. The first was to update the structure to allow for quick decision making, and the COVID Response and Health Emergency Management Division was created within the ministry to centrally manage the response from the ministry. And also health authorities made specific actions based not just on that recommendation, but to more effectively enhance coordination, collaboration, and data sharing, not just between the ministry and health authorities, but with partners. The establish policies for financial support to operators was a second thing, and as the member will know, and we can go through the financial support that was offered, including some that was offered today to operators, but financial support has been provided based on identified need. And the key question in all those questions is always, how do you account for that in a way that isn't burdensome but is effective, that ensures the government's fiduciary role is maintained. That has happened. To continue, we put in place new data reporting structures. This was recommendation 3, implemented to assist the collection of health, human resource, and financial data. The long-term care monitoring tool was started in the fall of 2020. That follows through on that recommendation. Pandemic response communications should formally consider contracted and private providers and be clear about messaging and policy. That was a recommendation because the report was focused on the ministry, and a process was established for regular operator communications through health authorities with industry associations. And so what I'd say in defense of the ministry and the staff is, and there are more coming, but I think what they wanted to do was they wanted to get an outside look at how they were doing. And so they went out and contracted Ernst & Young to give them that, and then they responded to it. And what I tried to do, and this has been challenging for me, and I think Dr. Brown, Dr. Henry would both can both testify to this, which is a little bit to allow people without my usual intense observation of events to have the freedom to act because we needed to act. And in this case, the ministry acted without my knowing in terms of commissioning the report, but I'm very supportive of their wish to seek outside advice and to try and do better. And so, I think they should have that authority, especially during these times, and they do have that authority to commission reports to support themselves in this way. There is a series of other recommendations around clear guidelines around PPE policy, for example, that were also put into place. And there's actually a number of recommendations, and I think it's going to take me about 10 minutes to read them all into the record, so what I'll do is I'll provide them to the member. But on each item recommended by Ernst & Young, action was taken in advance of the report being made public. And so from my perspective, I suppose it would have been just as well to do that, that showing action, the action that followed the recommendation, showing that they were fully engaged, is a positive thing which should have built confidence. And I think the fact that there was a debate about the report had people lose sight of that. But I do agree with staff taking initiative. I do agree with them having someone else look at their work and say, is it the best work? Make recommendations and then act on that recommendation. I think that's what our team in the Ministry of Health, who have worked with great dedication from the beginning of this on seniors issues, Steve Brown to Peter Picorni to Terry Collins on down, people have worked with commitment and dedication on this issue, and their commitment to this process, notwithstanding the public debate for which I ultimately am responsible, right? The decision and the failure to release a report publicly. I think that the things that they've done based on this report, the fact that they asked for the report from an external person, which is always a risk when you're working in government, to have someone assess your work, I think all of that is something that deserves credit, and I will share all of the action, the sort of recommendations and action items with the minister that I have with the member, the leader of the opposition that I have in my briefing book.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank you to the Minister. I would very much appreciate having a sense of what the specific information about the specific actions. I want to turn for a moment. I'm certainly assuming that the issue of personal protective equipment is going to continue to be part of the world that we live in, particularly in long-term care. And so I want to talk a little bit about that. It seems, at least, and certainly Ernst & Young did talk about some discrepancies in PPE access. We know that that was a challenge and between health authority facilities and contracted facilities. But again, the minister is going to provide some feedback to me on the specific actions that were taken. But I guess I want to just ask specifically about management of PPE going forward, and the fact that at the beginning, and obviously everybody was trying to manage through this situation, there were concerns about gaps in British Columbia and also in other jurisdictions managing what was considered a PPE stockpile. And there was criticism that some products were going to expire and others had been provided to other countries. And so maybe the minister can just walk through for me we hope we don't face similar circumstances, but it would be good to know that we learned from that situation. And does the minister have a plan going forward so that we have a robust, obviously date-appropriate supply of PPE so that we don't face that concern about gaps and stockpiles and those kinds of things. So could he speak to me, could he just outline for me some of the steps that we will be taking as a result of that issue that we faced early on?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. And certainly this issue of PPE, especially at the beginning of the pandemic, was a central issue of concern. What happened in February and March and April, and this has been documented in a report I did in August, I think, of 2020 at one of our briefings. And we'll talk about a little bit about the standards, the guidelines, the resources, and directions from provincial health, perhaps in subsequent questions as well. But in February, March, and April, we saw an exponential increase in the utilization of PPE in our system, such that our stockpiles of certain types of PPE, especially a particular type of mask called N95S and N95 small because of the way it fits, were under great pressure. And I can tell the member, and I suspect we'll have some discussion of this when we discuss the Provincial Health Services Authority next week. But that period of April 2020 was a period that where we were more focused on PPE and than on virtually any other issue in parts of the ministry and the health authority. I particularly want to recognize the remarkable role, really remarkable role played by Associate Deputy Minister Peter Pokorny in this time, who essentially became, in some ways, for the whole health system, along with the Provincial Health Services Authority, the leader in procuring PPE. He now knows more about it than I think just about anyone on earth. And so what we've done in the past year is procured an extraordinary amount of PPE. We are not just building for now, but building a stockpile for the future that is going to be significantly beyond any previous stockpile created, because we need to do that. And the expenditures, and I think I shared those last time, on PPE, and I'll get these numbers. I know that Peter will be sending them to Deputy Minister Stephen Brown now to compare the amount we spent on PPE in the 19-20 fiscal year, which would have been in the neighborhood of $70 million, I think. I don't know exactly. That was increased 7 or 8-fold. Because two things happened. One, there was a limited supply and we needed more, and the utilization was up, and two, the price went up on some items per unit cost by 500%. And it wasn't an issue about whether we should pay the price. We were going to pay the price because we weren't going to have people working in healthcare without appropriate PPE, so we did. And we spent an extraordinary amount on PPE in that time. During that period as well, and so that centralized approach, where the Ministry of Health plays a central role, is the new approach, and it will continue to be a new approach, I believe, for governments in the future, regardless of whether they're NDP or Liberal or whatever, because I think it's the right approach. We have produced the numbers, which I report on occasionally over time, but units of PPE that are very significant across the province, as you would expect with the hundreds of millions of dollars that we spent. And millions of pairs of gloves and of wipes and of masks and of N95 respirators and so on. And all of that information I'll share with the member. But I think the centralized approach we've taken is the right approach. Our job now is to build not just for now or the next 6 months or the next 9 months, but well into the future, so that there's no question in future. And the cost of that in this fiscal year will be high because prices are still too high. And this is a separate question for Canadians, I think, which is, why aren't we making PPE in Canada? What happened in February and March is that the United States of America, where we receive most of our PPE, stopped our shipments at the border. They just did. And we were left to procure PPE in other countries in the world. And they did that because they needed the PPE. That's why they did that. But that's not a surprise. This is an essential commodity. And I think in Canada, part of our plan, our jobs plan in BC and the rest of Canada has to be to produce a domestic supply of PPE, just like it should be we need a domestic producer of vaccine in this country. These are the lessons of this. The lessons is we need Canadians to be making products that are essential to the lives of Canadians if a crisis happens. So we need to build out our PPE inventory. So in the next crisis, we'll be more than prepared for that, yes, but we also need domestic supply because domestic supply has been proven to be absolutely necessary in these times. And we must continue to have that. So in addition to that, of course, there was very significant guidelines on the use of PPE. And we shared on part of that plan on March 26th, PPE with our contracted providers. Because what happened for our contracted providers is they had their own supplies of PPE, but they were faced by the same thing and they weren't as big as us and they're not able to procure or get around or find other countries and so on. So we made our supplies available, I think, in the neighborhood of $30 million for contracted providers of PPE that were provided, we say for free, but they were provided because they were needed. And so that situation, the centralized management that's come out of it, the massive effort, which I'm happy to report on in detail and send the member a note in detail, to increase our supplies into the future so we meet future demand, that's been one of the experiences. And we need, if we are a year from now, and there is no domestic provider of vaccine, and there's no domestic provider of PPE, then we as leaders in our country, and I think I say this in Canada, not just British Columbia, we're limited in the size of our market and effectiveness, but in Canada, then we have not learned a major lesson of the pandemic.
Members, we will now take a 5-minute recess while we undertake cleaning and safety protocols in preparation for a new committee chair.
Okay, I now call the committee back to order. Thank you, members, for your patience. Continuing debate, I recognize the minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and just for the Leader of the Opposition. I'm informed that a comfort care aide is not a role that's generally used or a title that's generally used in BC. It's a term and role that's used generally in Alberta. The closest role we have in BC is Healthcare Worker 1, which provides non-direct care to patients. With respect to HCW1s, they're eligible for the HCAP program, which we may talk about in a little bit, either by applying directly through the provincial portal or by working with an employer to be hired directly by the operator. The only caveats would be the operator has a need and the person meets the minimum employment criteria. So that's the issue on comfort care aids. And what I would do is I've got a document which is up to date on the remarkable numbers of PPE we produce and our current inventory. So it's actually a very interesting document. And I'll share that with the member through the chair, or maybe I'll just send a copy to her office at the end.
Leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Honourable Chair. I would like to just pursue the concept of PPE and its utilization. And one of the things we learned, certainly as we've seen science evolve around airborne transmission, we know that as we look at airborne versus and aerosol transmission, I understand that the BC CDC website was only updated recently to actually reflect the evolving understanding of the science. So can the minister perhaps describe for us whether there will be a change or some sort of assistance related to protection for workers, frontline workers in seniors' care homes as a result of the fact that there is now emerging science on airborne transmission. So, for example, would long-term care home workers require, for example, an N95 mask? And is that something the minister is considering in terms of support to workers in long-term care?
Minister.
I think I speak for everybody watching us when they wish that that Dr. Henry was providing this answer, not me. But because this is, but I think what's important is that there is specific guidance that's provided by the experts at the BC CDC and others about the use of respirators in certain conditions. And particularly, for example, in circumstances such as the ICU, which are aerosol generating places. And so we do use N95 respirators often in acute care, and they're significantly utilized in specific circumstances. But in terms of long-term care in a general sense, I don't think you're going to see a change in that guidance. With that good infection prevention and control using goggles and masks and other existing techniques are both sufficient and the best response to dealing with COVID-19 and other respiratory illnesses in those circumstances. The majority, what the change in the guidance reflects, is a more understanding of COVID-19 as we've gone through the pandemic, but the appropriate use of PPE. And that's the key, the appropriate use of PPE, which is a very challenging thing. And I am very compassionate. If you watch me during this thing and replay the mask coming on and off, there would be some criticism. And if you're in healthcare with all of the stakes involved in dealing with long-term care, it is extremely challenging. But the appropriate use of PPE and that guidance, which is constantly reviewed by the BC CDC, is unlikely to change, although our understanding of COVID-19 continues to evolve.
Leader of the official opposition.
Oops. Speaking of PPE, thank you for that response. And I think all of us recognize that, as the days unfold and as the science has become more clear, it does cause moments of anxious, people feel anxious. And all of us know how incredibly hard frontline workers, particularly in long-term care, have worked throughout this last number of over a year now. Let's move on perhaps to something that is, and I would be the first to admit that I recognize that it's been difficult for Dr. Henry, for the minister, and for others. But I think we need to have a discussion about the impacts of visitation on long-term care and assisted living. And when we look back, I think over the last 14 months, the impact on long-term care residents in particular, have we started to give thought to, and I know we're still dealing with some restrictions, I'm going to talk about those in a moment, but have we started to reflect on the impacts of the lack of connection for people in long-term care? And maybe it's too soon to start to contemplate that, but has the minister thought about, are there things that we would do differently if we were looking at the same circumstance as we move ahead? I think all of us know that, and I've heard countless stories. I am completely certain that we don't need to repeat them here, but just countless stories of the devastating impact on families, both the person in long-term care and the people who care and love that person. And, we heard stories that were, and I know you've heard them over and over, so I'm certainly not suggesting that it's not known to you, but have we learned lessons already at this stage about what we might do differently? Obviously, as the pandemic emerged, there was, there were a lot of considerations, and the first, of course, being the health and well-being of people. But I feel deeply concerned about the impacts of that lack of connection, and in many ways the lack of familial connection in particular. Certainly the minister knows that I experienced that myself in a different setting and for a different reason, but I will never, ever forget the painful circumstances in my family's life when we lost my husband and were not able to be there. That is something you will never forget. So in terms of long-term care, have we learned lessons, and are there things we would do differently? And then I would like to, as we move forward, talk a little bit about what's happening in long-term care as we speak.
Minister.
Thank you. And member will know, I certainly appreciate her own experience and what it means for people, not just in long-term care, but in acute care as well, where there have been significant visitor restrictions for some time. And so what would we do differently? So you have to step back and say, what did we do? In March of 2020, we put in significant restrictions on visits. In May of 2020, we made some changes, particularly with respect to acute care, as a result of very significant advocacy in a number of cases involving people with disabilities, allowing them to have access, for example, to advocates within the healthcare system, which was necessary. There was a particular case that symbolized this, but there were a number of cases that people felt, so we made changes then. On June 30th, we announced the return of social visits. So in March, we had limited visits, but there were essential visitors, roughly for 30,000 people in long-term care, roughly 6,500 essential visitors. And so those visits were restored on a limited basis at that time. And then obviously in March, in February, as a result of the intervention of the Ombudsman, we codified those in provincial health orders. They'd previously been directions from the Ministry of Health, myself and Dr. Henry and Deputy Minister Brown, and they were codified, because we felt that would allow more equity across the system. And now we're still in the position where we have, obviously, it feels like, compared to what it was, massively open now, but there are significant restrictions now, which we are reflecting on now, and we'll have more to say about soon. So that's the process. What would we have done better? I think that we would have made the adjustment sooner for people with disabilities, I'd say. That adjustment sooner. I think probably in retrospect, we would have, and I'm not speaking for Dr. Henry, just for myself here, but we would have codified it earlier, because I think the differences between how people were treated in one care home and another were a source of concern. And it wasn't because the care homes were uncaring, but everybody was concerned, right? There had been, I don't think we would have made the changes. There were significant proposals made by the Seniors Advocate in the beginning part of November. As it turned out, to open up visitations, that I think would have been, given what we learned about the second wave and what was to come almost immediately thereafter, that was probably the right decision, but I'm not critical of people for advocating for visits, because we know their impact. And all I can say is that I think that that issue of what we do better, and this doesn't change the fundamental question, these issues of consistency amongst care homes, the way we responded later on to deal with those consistencies, the opportunities we gave to people to appeal, which could have been there at the beginning, and there are reasons why they weren't, but that could have been there at the beginning. All of those would have made what I would call, for some people, significant improvement, but overall marginal improvements to the system. They were things we could have done a little bit better. Fundamentally, and we've experienced this in my family, have experienced outbreaks, 3 of them, have experienced a positive test for COVID-19, 1 of them. What happens when an outbreak comes is, and has come, and came through the second wave, is that no one got access in an outbreak. And there's a lot of discussion about enhanced surveillance, and we'll probably have that discussion. But what medical health officers know is the profound impact of a lack of visitation on people in long-term care. And they have consistently tried to balance those things. But the balance has been against visitation. It has been. People haven't been able to visit, not only as much as they should, but as much as people need. And so there are lessons to be learned. And I think lessons to be learned going forward as well in how we deal with this next period. Because we've gone from, on January 15th, 49 care home, assisted living, independent living outbreaks. We went from there within a month to 5. And so the third wave took place in very different conditions in long-term care. The second wave was hugely about long-term care and about the losses, particularly in care homes that had extensive outbreaks. The third wave less so because of vaccination, and we're at a better place. But I think in the care sector, what we have to make in our next set of decisions is decisions that ensure that those residents in long-term care, and sometimes we talk about seniors in long-term care, it's not just seniors in long-term care, but all residents in long-term care, get access to more visitation, and that we do it in the safest possible manner. And people have made suggestions and recommendations about how we deal with the issue of vaccination, including for essential visitors or visitors in a long-term care home. Because if you're in a care home, such as in our family's case, and you're sharing a room with other people, the requirement for that and for a visitor who comes into that room to be safe is significant. And because the vaccine, well, these are maybe the best vaccines we've seen ever, are not 100% safe. So we've got to take the same approach in the next few weeks, and I think the decisions we're going to make, I hope, are the right ones, but ones that will allow more visitation. So the short answer is yes. In retrospect, there are things we could have done better. I think the decisions were ultimately the right decisions, but the consequences of those decisions and the choices that were made by medical health officers between safety and life, living life, are decisions that will be with us for a long time.
Leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank you to the Minister for that response. I think all of us know that there will have been a significant impact, and when you think about not just physically, but obviously deterioration from a mental wellness perspective. So there are lessons to be learned, and I appreciate that this is a discussion we'll have not just today, but as we look at the model of long-term care in the future and the potential impact of future healthcare crises like this. But I guess we now know that there has been a profound impact, and we've all heard the stories. Could the Minister tell us what is being done today to assess the impacts of residents in long-term care, particularly from a mental wellness perspective? And will there be resources and supports and additional ways to provide support not only for the resident, but for families who have been profoundly impacted by that separation? And there are many, far too many, that have lost a loved one. But there's still hope and a chance to assess what happened and to look at how we find a way to create a better period of time moving forward. So is there a systematic approach to looking at what the impacts are, how those assessments are done, and what kinds of resources that families and residents could both take advantage of to deal with what we know will have been a significant impact?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. It's good to see you there. It's good to see you there. It's good to, we members of the public may not know that we don't see each other very much, even if we're members of the same caucus, only by Zoom. So it's especially good to see the member for Chilliwack. What I'd say is that I think there's a myriad of things we have to do. I think I tried to reflect this in a previous answer in this next period to improve life in long-term care. And the focus has to be on living better. And so there's lots of things we can do. But one thing I'd suggest to the member that we can work on together is to change some of the dynamic of, want of a better term, trying to think of a better term than politics, the balance of forces in long-term care. We have, and we should have, employer organizations that are effective in some respects powerful to represent the views of employers. We have health authorities that are large and impressive. We have lots of people working in the area. We have unions that are very committed to their members and to the life and long-term care. And one of the things that I think we need to work together on, there are recommendations, the member will know this, in 2015, that neither her government or my government has yet implemented with respect to the roles of family councils. But I think one of the things, really practical things we can do in this next period is to start to give, in regulation, but also in fact, more of a greater role for family councils within the lives of long-term care homes, a greater voice for residents and their families in the running of long-term care homes. I think that's something we can do. We can propose, we can come to agreement with, and we can move ahead on in this period as an expression of how we want to see the next period in long-term care. Because the individual assessments are significant, the need for improving policies of assessment, or investment in resources is important, the recruitment of people is important. But I think many family members in the period leading into the pandemic, and this period of the pandemic, has exacerbated or put a megaphone to that sense of distance from control in what is, after all, the home of residents. It's their home. Giving family councils a more institutional role in both regulation and institutional support is something I think we could do, at least to indicate, not a major initiative, but a small initiative to make things better. And it's something I think we could come together as the legislature on and work on together.
Leader of the official opposition.
I think it is something that all of us are going to have to think carefully about as we think about not just what happened in the past, but what we need to do moving forward. And I think all of us will have etched in our memories, the handprints on the windows, and it's hard to contemplate what that period of isolation, the impact of that on particularly frail elderly British Columbians. And I think we owe it as a group of people to do our best to figure out how we, make improvements in the short term, but also think about that model over the longer term. And I absolutely respect that it is a balance. I am not for a moment suggesting that the healthcare risks are obviously very, very important. They're the priority, but there is the consequences of that process that are playing out as we speak now. So I just want to be sure that there is, effort being made to look at what can we do to provide the kinds of support that families and their loved ones need. So the current visitation restrictions were announced on March the 25th. And so as I understand it, some care homes are still restricting visits to 1 hour. Again, I think equity really matters. And I think that when families in one part of the province or in one home versus another one hear about inconsistency, that adds to their frustration and their distress. So could the minister speak to what is being done to ensure that there is an equitable application of visitation guidelines across all long-term care homes, and what resources are in place to make sure that care homes are able to fully support loved ones by allowing visits as per outlined in the updated restrictions?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and thanks to the member both for her question and her previous comments. Firstly, we decided, in the hardest working time of the pandemic, at least for many in the Ministry of Health, was July and August of last year, because we were preparing for what we expect in the fall. And we decided at that time to hire a lot of people in long-term care. That was needed. It was needed because there was needs into the future. It was needed, and there was an opportunity because, of course, many potential workers were looking for work. And so we had a new group of people that we hope would be the next generation of healthcare workers. So we created a series of programs that's intended to add up to about 7,000 workers, and about 5,000 have been hired into the offices of that program, which is pretty good. It's a 3-year program. We're going to get there. 1,600 of those people, I believe, were hired to support visitation, because in each long-term care home, when you set up essentially a system to support visitation that requires human beings, and each care home was given access to positions. So that was a good place to start, where we added, I think it's 1,600 or 1,700 people that care homes accessed into the auspices of that program, which is a good place to start, and was an important place to start in terms of what we're doing. And I think that was important, especially for care homes in this time. We've, of course, provided significant resources to care homes in the contracted sector to support them in this. We have put in place a system of appeals for people that they can go through that is part of the provincial health officer's approach, her guidelines and her orders in this regard. And of course, the challenge the member rightly raises is some inconsistency in that. So we put in a minimum standard of visits, where minimum it can be 60 minutes, right? Which is, we thought was important. It was actually a suggestion that had been made in our discussions around this, I believe, by the seniors advocate, if I'm not mistaken, or at least was something that had been proposed by Dr. Henry, and we discussed, and we thought the decision to be unequivocal that 60 minutes was a minimum standard was important for us, and we put that in place. But obviously some care homes and some people in managing those systems, sometimes the minimum becomes a maximum, right, when you're applying those rules, but it's intended to be a minimum. So we are hopeful in the coming weeks to make further changes. We are very, and we may talk about vaccinations in a little bit, but we're very, our goal of fully 2-dose vaccinating through care homes is close to fruition. The significant majority of care home residents have received their second dose. A majority of care home workers have received their second dose. And since most of those groups of people got their doses in January and February, those doses, they've been eligible, and they're amongst the first people to get their second doses now. In fact, a majority of care home residents received their second doses before the change in the policy around second doses. So 72% of care home residents received their second doses in advance of the March decision to extend the gap between first and second doses. And a very significant share of healthcare workers as well. I think it was a majority, it wasn't as large a majority. So we got to get everyone vaccinated. And that's going to involve, if there are unvaccinated people in care homes as well, a renewed effort to make sure that number gets as close to 100% as we can reasonably get. In some cases, especially in the case of sometimes residents of care homes who are in circumstances where they're essentially palliative, they may be reluctant, but that I don't think is a big issue, and that's actually a reasonable consideration for someone living in a care home and for their family making decisions around vaccination. But overwhelmingly residents and overwhelmingly staff in long-term care have got vaccinated. So once that happens through second doses, and that's going to happen fairly soon, we have to develop those measures, put those measures in place that are going to be durable. And some of those measures, and I just say this, this hasn't been decided, some of those measures may be ones that we consider doing on a time-sensitive basis, so that there's some changes where we'd like to open up now, but we may consider putting in, again, some restrictions on visitations during respiratory illness season, because we haven't gone through a second year of COVID-19, because in any event, that's a serious season. Influenza outbreaks in long-term care homes, which thankfully we did not see this year, not one, which is just, I don't know, one wants to pray, that's something to pray for. We're important. So that's a consideration. Are there times in the year when we may want to have to, for example, have everyone don masks again and so on in their experiences. So that's a consideration. But what we're going to see once we are fully vaccinated through dose 2 is again another step forward in opening up visitation and long-term care, and especially trying to ensure that the kind of visits that support the health of residents are encouraged and supported, you know, and that will involve as well addressing and engaging with family members, because, you know, I would say that the decision sometimes made by families to have people go to long-term care is one fraught with difficulty for them. So the issues, there's already a feeling of intense, sometimes guilt around the whole experience. There just is, right? And so I think all of that has to be reflected. So once vaccination is completed, the plans are in the works. We'll be consulting the honourable member and her colleagues. Will be consulting widely on this question so that we, as I think we got it right in March when we further expanded visitations in a way that was managed and controlled and thoughtful, with some problems in some places. We'll acknowledge that. We need to make that in the next round important so we keep people safe, but also we contribute to a return to normalcy in long-term care.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And I think that the Minister has segued into my next question, but I just want to walk through it a bit more specifically. So when the announcement was made on the 25th of March, the Minister did commit to reviewing and looking at visitor restrictions moving forward. And it sounds like a lot of thinking is going on about that. And I am very grateful to hear that. I'm sure that families across the province will be as well. Is it, so the Minister commented that there would be a review and reconsideration. Is that an informal process? Is there a formal review? Is there a report? Is there going to be some public reporting back about, you know, where we're at with restrictions? And I think the other thing that, and I thought this was an interesting perspective, that you know, the restart 2.0 is appreciated, and I think people were happy to know that there is a plan and it's been laid out. Looking at things like long-term care, for example, those are not included in, you know, long-term care is not included. And I understand the point about vaccination and all of those things and the balance. But it leads to that ongoing uncertainty and concern. So maybe just a two-part question then. The Minister's reflected on thinking that's being done as we speak, and you know that we'll be hearing more about that in the weeks ahead. But is there a formal review? Is it work being done more informally? Will there be any sort of public notification, public discussion about that? And we are seeing increased vaccinations, and so I'm wondering if the Minister has, you know, received further advice from Dr. Henry about, is it possible that the restrictions could be lifted more expeditiously, and where are we at with a commitment to say that, you know, perhaps before June 30th there may be some further adjustment. So could the Minister just sort of address that grouping of questions about what kind of review? Is it formal? Is it public? Not included in the restart plan, leaving some room for people to be concerned. What is the next step, and is there any consideration for restrictions being eased prior to June 30th?
Minister.
I won't put a time on it, but I would say this, that the opening up of visitations occurred on March 25th. Remember, what we call the circuit breaker came in on March 29th. And so in that case, we seem to be going in two different directions. We'd seen the impact of vaccination in long-term care and the profound effect of those limits on visitations on people in long-term care. And we felt confident, and I think the evidence has suggested that Dr. Henry in her advice was right in that regard, to make the changes, the very significant changes in visitations that occurred March 25th, even though at the time case counts in the broader community were going up. So we had two different periods. We put in more restrictions, and there were a lot of outbreaks in the months of November, December, January, February. ending in February, really before really the end of January. We stopped to see a lot of outbreaks. It was evident the impact on vaccination. Dr. Henry presented to all the caucuses, but also to the whole province, the impact in long-term care as part of an argument, frankly, in favor of vaccination. It was just profound, in fact, what had occurred in long-term care, which is the essential elimination for the most part of outbreaks, although there were still some. And I know that people who have family members and live in those care homes understand how serious those are. So the decisions in long-term care and the decisions in healthcare are a little bit aside from the restart plan, which is for the broader society and the broader economy. So we won't be making, when we're ready to make more changes in visitations in long-term care, we're going to collect the evidence, get the recommendation. There'll be changes in the provincial health order, changes in Ministry of Health policy, and we're going to proceed. Equally, we're doing the same changes and the same consideration around changes in visitation and acute care, which is a whole different issue, right? But which is, as the member will know, a very significant issue. People tend to be in acute care. Not all. There are people who stay a long time in acute care, but people tend to have shorter stays in acute care. And so the impact of limits on visitations is different, but nonetheless significant. So we are looking at that question as well. So our intention is to proceed when we're ready and we get the advice to proceed to make those changes. And the process for long-term care wasn't in the restart plan because it's a different process of consideration. But clearly we want to see an increase in visitation in long-term care, and it's linked to different standards of immunization because the risk is so different in long-term care, right? So, to go from step 1 to step 2 required 65% of all those living, all those over 18 to be vaccinated. 65%. We're currently at 74%, so we're there in that. In long-term care, it's clearly higher than that and different than that. So I'm not sure whether it'll be June 30th or what date it will be, but we're doing that work now, and we would proceed. That's separate from any kind of review of the visitation policies. We're proceeding with changes, as we did on March 25th. We'll proceed with changes in the visitation policy when those tests and considerations are met.
Leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I think that response leads to what would be a natural next question in that while there was consideration, the minister was going to consider when restrictions might be eased in the short term. We have discussed here today, and British Columbians are talking about the impacts on the mental health and wellness of seniors in long-term care as a result of isolation. Will the minister consider a more formal review of visitation policies that as we look to the future? And we know that one of the considerations should be what was the impact on physical health was obviously a priority, but the deep concern is what were the impacts from a mental health and wellness perspective. So is the minister considering a more thorough and formal review of visitation policies? And I almost shudder to ask, but I think it's the responsible thing to do. We are hopeful that vaccination is obviously critical in making sure that residents in long-term care and staff and others have been have had both of their shots. In the event of a fourth wave or some other form of pandemic, will the ministry be looking at the whole issue of visitor restrictions to say, could we make some changes to allow the maximum possible visitation, understanding the need for balance and the priority on physical health? But there have been lessons, I think, that we can learn. So is the minister prepared to consider that formal review, looking at visitation policies? What can we learn? And then how would those be applied in a potential future situation where those type of restrictions might need to be considered?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. And I think there's a number of sets of consideration. The impact on the mental health of residents, the impact of those policies on the mental health of workers. It's been very challenging. And while we've hired all of those people to assist in visitation, the challenge of mediating those concerns for workers has been really challenging, just on visitation, never mind all the other stresses of being involved in care homes that have outbreaks and so on. So there's those considerations as well. The mental health of families is affected by that. So I think those are, I'll take that as a recommendation or a suggestion by the honourable member. What I'd like to do in the immediate period is to continue with vaccination and make changes to visitor policies in the near future that allow for more visits and to establish what I hope will be a more permanent situation. But I think those issues and others will be something worthy of review in the future, and I'll take the recommendation that I think if I hear the member correctly, she's saying that visitation, she may think other things should be reviewed as well. But visitation is certainly, its impact on residents, its impact on the system is something that I think is worthy of consideration in the future. I'd like to get through this next stage, as the member will understand first, and to make those changes, because I think we're at the point where actions are required, not just we need to engage with care providers, we need to engage with workers, we need to engage with families and so on. But right now, I think we're in a position we'll be in a position soon to take action. I'd like to see us take action, but I absolutely don't rule out any review of it in the future.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I appreciate the Minister's response. I'm wondering if we could just speak for a couple of minutes about the staying apart to stay safe recommendations that came from the Seniors Advocate. And I know that when the report was released, the ministry said that all of the recommendations from the Seniors Advocate would be considered in future planning. So can the minister, there were 3 key actions, and I'm wondering if the minister could outline for me any steps that have been taken. Are there plans in place? Are there dates? What are the timelines, additional budgetary consideration, those kinds of things, to make sure that those recommendations in the report that was provided are actually followed through on?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. It's really good to see you. So I think 3 sets of things. One, as the member will know, the report which I found, of course, very useful, and as you would expect, would have read cover to cover and was interested in very much. I think at the time, which was November 3rd, it was our view that we couldn't proceed with those changes for the reasons that became evident during the second wave of the COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on long-term care. They were reflected, longer visits, multiple visitors, and so on, in the changes we brought in March 25th. And those recommendations will be and are strongly considered in the coming changes we hope to make to improve visitation in long-term care.
Leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will ask this last question, and I am hopeful that the leader of the third party is she appearing virtually. I wanted to make sure that they had adequate time to do their questions. So I think the clerk is nodding that the leader of the. All right. There's the leader of the third party, and I know that she will have some questions to wrap up our day today. So I wanted to be sure she had as much time as she needed. Let me just finish this section then with this question, because I know this is considering the conversations that we've been having about the impact not just on residents but on their families. One of the recommendations that was critical is the suggestion that there be a long-term care and assisted living residents and family council association. So unless I missed that response in the ministers, I'm wondering if that is being seriously contemplated. And I think now more than ever, that would provide a place for that voice that is so essential at this point in time. So I'll make that my last question for this afternoon. Wait for the minister's answer, and then, Honourable Chair, I will turn the floor over to the leader of the third party.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. And yes, I think that it's a little bit what I was indicating to the leader of the opposition earlier, that there were proposals dating back, I think, to 2015 about an expanded role, formal role for family councils. Some of that has come out of Vancouver Island. That will require, I think, regulatory changes, and will require also some supports for family councils. And I think, as I said to her, I think one of the things that we need to reflect on is the need to ensure that families and residents have a greater voice and a greater say. And that only happens inevitably, without being critical of somebody or somebody else, when these circumstances are formalized. And I think it's the point I made earlier. There's no right or wrong here. The recommendations were made in 2015. They weren't implemented by the previous government yet. They weren't recommended by our government yet. But what I'd suggest to the leader of the opposition is that I do have proposals before us, and we are actively considering those proposals. And I would be happy to share those proposals and that information both with the leader of the opposition and the leader of the Green Party, and in their respective roles as health critics and seniors critics. And that we'd have a discussion about what that would look like. And we would do that in the next little while, because we're proceeding. Those recommendations are before me. Got a briefing note not long ago. Occasionally this happens. I say to the leader of the opposition when I'm not entirely satisfied with the briefing note. It happens. It happens 1 out of every 273 briefing notes that I receive. But not for any other reason. The teams were working on it and doing it, so we wanted to engage in some other options. So why don't we engage in them together? And with the leader of the Green Party who's interested in those very issues, and see if we can say that, because I think it's important coming out of this period, and we're still going to be in it for a while. COVID-19 is going to continue to be with us, and we'll talk probably later in estimates about what that means. But this would be a message coming out of it that of an expanded institutional role for families, and it'd be something that I think, as we've done before with the opposition and the Green Party, that we could recommend and move forward unanimously.
Thank you. I now recognize the leader of the third party.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to confirm that you can hear me. I've been having some audio issues.
We have you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. delighted to have a few moments here to ask some questions. And I've been listening. We were going to canvass very similar questions on the seniors advocate report. So I'll just jump down to the other questions that we had around long-term care. And these are questions that we submitted last year in writing. Didn't get a response, but I recognize just it has been a year unlike any other. So coming back to ask some of these same questions again around funding for long-term care homes, and in particular for-profit care homes. So my first question is, can the minister confirm that for-profit homes have the ability to use public funds to pay their mortgages, and whether these homes are required to disclose this information in their annual expense reports?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Yes and yes.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I did ask the minister yesterday if he was going to be as speedy as last year, and apparently that is his intention. Can the minister just provide some explanation of how the ministry oversees the use of public funds across the care home sector?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And what we're doing, I think, and at this time in the pandemic, but it's work that's been taking place over the last 6 to 8 months, is we're working to take action committed to developing what I'd call a standardized province-wide funding model for long-term care. More transparency is required, more equity, more consistency, and sustainability with respect to funding. And so what we hope to do is to align that funding model with provincial quality and accountability framework to support the delivery of quality care. One of the advantages, I think, of the single site order that was put in place by the provincial health officer and effectively by health authorities and by a very significant government investment, was it puts back the lens not on competition between care homes on the issue of wages, but rather on quality. And so what we're going to working with the sector, the seniors advocate has had a word in her report. We've had advice and we'll continue to have advice from the sector, but also from others who are interested in long-term care. My goal, our goal, is to ensure that money is well spent. My goal and our goal is to ensure that there's fairness across the sector. And I think we've gone a considerable way to doing that by raising care standards, the 3.36, which has been achieved in every health authority now, the average staffing per resident day of direct care per resident day, which is a significant change. The move to the single site order is a second key element of that change, and a change in the accountability and ensuring a province-wide model that makes sense, that people can understand between care homes, is a third part of it. So those three things are happening, because I agree with the member that some changes are required, and we look forward to working both with the sector, but also some excellent work has been done within the Ministry of Health on this subject.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just further to that, and I appreciate the minister's response and to talk about an accountability and quality framework and to ensure that there is that transparency and that accountability. Can the minister square the answers to the first and second question? That is it, in the minister's opinion or view, an appropriate use of public funds to pay for mortgages, as opposed to ensuring that those public funds go specifically into the care of people? And I mean, I'm truly just interested in the minister's take on this and how that would fit into the quality and accountability framework.
Minister.
I think that one way of looking at it is when we build public acute care hospitals, and we're building quite a few of them across British Columbia right now, and with major hospital projects, ultimately we pay for our capital in that process. Similarly, over the last number of years, there have been a number of care homes added where we contract to private providers to build and then to operate care homes. And so it would be normal in that process for some of the, and essentially the benefit to the province is not taking on the direct debt, but there's a substantial obligation over time to pay for that and to pay the provider to provide publicly funded long-term care beds, either in a not-for-profit or for-profit situation. So I think all of that is what one expect in that kind of system. But I think what is reasonable to know and to be accountable for is the expenditure of money within that. And that's what my mandate letter asked me to do. That's what we've been working to do. And because of the changes that have been made, I think the expectation of changes around quality is going to be there. We have to work in such a way as to ensure that people who are in public beds, whether they're in a contracted provider or a health authority owned and operated provider, receive very significant, that they see an equal level of care. And that's why a lot of the money in terms of the raising of care standards has gone to those living in those contracted providers because they were lower at that time. So I think the key here is transparency and accountability and ensuring care standards are high. And that's what we intend to do. So I don't know if that squares it for the honourable member, but I would say that, you know, if we were to pay, and we will be, we have a very ambitious plan to build out and to replace existing long-term care homes that are health authority owned and operated. That's an expenditure on capital by the province, and that means the incurring of debt and the paying of effectively mortgages, albeit by the public system.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate that information and explanation from the minister. And I just wondered, in that the mandate letter is, as the minister spoke to, is about reviewing this and looking at this and increasing the accountability and transparency in the sector. Does the minister anticipate any kind of significant change to the vision for the future of long-term care based on, again, what he has seen over the last year and a half, but also from any kind of preliminary work that he's been doing on this, building this framework and looking at the sector as a whole?
Minister.
I feel like I could give a speech, Honourable Chair, but I'll be very respectful of the members' time. I think, what do we want to do? We want to increase care, improve care standards and the quality of care with a focus, I think, on quality of life. In other words, providing supports to improve quality of life in care homes, not just to make people safe, not just to keep them alive and healthy, but also to allow better quality of life in long-term care. That's a key priority for me. Secondly, it's to replace multi-bed rooms in long-term care, most of which are in the public system, because most of the investment over the last 20 years in new capital infrastructure has been in the contracted sector. So we need to replace, for example, in Kamloops, there's a care home that has not had an outbreak, I don't believe, in this pandemic, called Ponderosa, which the member opposite probably has visited, and I'm visited. It's on the Royal Inland site, and it is of a certain age, and multi-bed rooms, and it was built at a time it served the people of Kamloops unbelievably well, as of the people who worked there, as the people who are living there, but it's not a 21st century care home, and so we got to replace those. And we have to rebuild and improve the capital stock of the health authority owned and operated sector. We've done an enormous investment in hospitals that you're going to see over the next number of years, but if you're talking about capital priorities in the Ministry of Health beyond those existing projects, the main capital priorities are going to be in long-term care, and you're going to see that in the next little while. So improving that capital stock is very important. Training, developing a new workforce, promoting a new workforce, ensuring that workers are treated fairly, ensuring that workers have stable family supporting jobs in the sector, which means they can commit to the seniors they're serving for years to come. That's a key priority, and that's why we got rid of Bill 29 and Bill 94, and have made the changes around the single site order that have made it the only place in Canada where the single site order has been truly effective. Those are all significant changes. And so, and then with the contracted sector working through this issue of accountability around our contracts, issues that have been raised by the seniors advocate for many people for a long time. So that's already quite a bit. And also I feel, and hopefully people in BC feel, a sense of profound obligation to everybody in long-term care for what they've experienced in this pandemic. BC's results have been better than all the other jurisdictions in Canada, but surely that matters not one whit to people who haven't had a visitor, people who have suffered outbreaks at their care homes. And so while we acknowledge that, I also consider that a debt to the future to improve the quality of long-term care.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And actually, I appreciate the speech, short as it was, from the minister. I think it is really important for us and for the public to be able to hear and have a sense of the minister and the government's vision for the future of long-term care. I think it's important to have that clarity around what the work is and what's coming and where the minister hopes that work will lead. So I think it is important. I think just coming from the minister's comments, COVID-19 certainly has highlighted a lot that we as a society have had to come to terms with around seniors care and around long-term care homes. In light of this, I think a lot of people are wondering about the possibility and the options of seniors staying home, being supported by families, more than going into long-term care homes. Can the minister speak a little bit to any changes that have come in or been introduced or will be coming around being able to better support seniors in their homes or in families who want to keep them in their homes?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. It's still really good to see you there, I have to say. So I can't get over that. I've known the Honourable Member for a long time, and to see him as an MLA here in the Legislature is just, it's just an amazing thing. So I would say in terms of what we need to do in the community, and we've spoken about this a little bit in the estimates, and in terms of how we need to deal with things. But I think it's important to recognize, I was telling the Leader of the Opposition that we've immunized 985,000 seniors. There's only 30,000 seniors in long-term care. There's a natural focus on long-term care. But at the age of 65, when we started public health care, life expectancy was about 69 or 70 years. Life expectancy now has increased to about 80 years, a little above 80 years in general. And life expectancy at 65, when you become a senior, is actually quite significant. It can be 23, 24, 25 years, and you go through a significant numbers and period around that. So what do we need to do? We need to, of course, continue to build out home support, and we've invested significantly in that. And the federal government, to their credit, has invested significantly in that, and we're just going to see and continue to see an increase in hours. Community-based professional healthcare services, which we saw remarkable one-year increases in both 2018, 19, and 19, 20. And we're seeing significant ones this year, although there's some changes in the model, including making some aspects of it virtual, are significant, and you're going to see those continue to rise, and that's been a significant focus. The Seniors Advocate worked with us to recommend significant increases in respite care. which are critical for families to support people to stay in community. So that's a third set of things. We saw the largest increase in adult day program in 1819 and 1920. In 2021, because of the orders that we've had to put in place, those programs have gone back and in fact have been for a good part of that time suspended, but they need to be significantly increased in community. And we have to find ways in terms of developing seniors housing, especially in our cities, but in other parts of BC where housing is extremely expensive, to allow seniors to remain in community, to never make it a better deal to go into long-term care. Not that it's easy to get into long-term care, you have to be assessed, but to never make it that way. So there's significant efforts that are beyond the Ministry of Health that we need to work on, including with cities, to make all of our cities more senior friendly in a time when we're going to see a dramatic increase in the number of seniors in our province. So all of those are elements of the healthcare things we need to do. But I think there's some societal questions that we have to ask about adjusting to a society where we're going to have more and more seniors and ensuring that seniors can continue to play a valuable role in all aspects of our society.
Okay, noting the hour, I'm going to ask the minister to make a motion.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And I've got a script here, which is really good. Honourable Chair, I move that the committee rise, report resolution and completion of the estimates of the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Fisheries. You see, I got the Leader of the Opposition's attention in my motion here. And report progress on the Ministry of Health, and ask leave to sit again.
Members, a vote is about to take place, and those participating remotely should prepare their voting cards. Members, the question is that the committee rise, report resolution and completion of the estimates of the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Fisheries, and report progress on the estimates of the Ministry of Health, and seek leave to sit again. Those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Those opposed indicate nay. Motion is carried. Thank you, members. This committee is now adjourned.